Good morning, everybody. Great to see everybody today. Happy Saturday to you. Hopefully your work week treated you okay. Mine did most of the days. Some days weren't very good, but I don't want to talk about those. So let's say hi to the friends that are in chat right now. A bunch of you are coming in, I see. So we've got Vizoric in P1. It's an excellent P1, sir. Baranuf in P2. And Aero GT bringing up, finishing out our podium. That's wonderful. And then we got GP Racer with that 4th place energy. Great to see you guys. Welcome along. So today we have a pretty cool day planned for us today. We got the NRL coming up in a little while. We've got that at 1 o'clock is when that will be. And so we've been practicing that for 2 weeks, actually. That's been going on. Getting ready for that one. And then, but before we do that, we have a very special Learn with Lead session with Seregone. And you might be able to see he is parked next to me there. I'll transition over to there. Yes, sir. That's great stuff. Sophie and Peace, good to see you, friend. Awesome to have you here, man. So, Seregone, welcome to Learn with Lead. Appreciate you coming on today.
Thank you very much. I'm happy, so happy to be here, actually. Not just happy, extremely happy.
Good, good. I tell you what, this is, despite having done a lot of these, there's still like just something new and fresh every time we do it with a new guest. And so a lot of you are familiar with Seregone. You've seen him either on track or you've seen him in other chats. You're a regular of our chat as well, so a lot of you will know the name, but now you get to hear him as well, and that's pretty cool.
I'm sorry about that. Did you have to hear my voice?
No, that's part of the fun. That's part of the fun for sure. If I could have one of my mods, oh, you don't even have your have the laptop here, do you? Never mind. Would you be able to find it for me while I talk to him? Yeah. So we were just talking about this to Seregone, that we have, you just started streaming not that long ago. You have like somewhere in the realm of like 30 some subs or something like that at the moment.
30 subs, exactly.
Oh,
I had 31, but someone gave up.
I understand. No, it's a finicky thing. All of that, so we lose them as well for whatever reason. Don't know why. Seems like this is a great place, but that's okay. But we do have Seregone's link posted in the chat there, so anybody who has not subbed to Siri, please go over there, click on that subscribe button, and then come on back for the Learn with Lead session. Appreciate it if you all would do that. We'll try to remind everyone to do that periodically through the morning. So let's talk to you a little bit about your experience here, Seregone. So, what for racing in general, what kind of racing games have you been involved in exactly?
I tried a couple of things after I got my wheel. I tried WRC because rally races are dope. They're amazing.
They are, right? They really are.
And then I tried ACC, but GT7 was the one that stuck, mostly because it's so plug and play.
Yeah.
Right. And the walkthrough at the beginning of the game is so beneficial. Right. They get you set up. They make you understand what the game is about. And the other ones are just, here's the game with a 50,000 number of settings.
Yeah.
Figure it out yourself. Good luck. We're not going to say anything, right?
Right.
So the friendliness, the way they treat the game and onboard you onto everything on GT7 is so much better than those other ones. So I ended up sticking to it. Plus, I find that the community around GT7 is so much more interesting. You know, everybody trying to help each other.
Yeah.
We're mostly friendly to each other as well.
Agreed.
Right. So that's very nice.
Yes, indeed. Real quick, need to say hi to Kent. Good to see you, Kentis Gent. Awesome to have you. Stop by, bud. And then Uncle June, good to see you as well. Number 2, good to see you. Wonderful to have you aboard. Great. So you said you got the wheel first and tried that out with a couple things, and then you got on the GT7. What? Tell the folks what wheel and setup you have.
I have a TGT2 with now recently bought TLCM pedals. I was running the T3PM for the longest time, but realized that load cells are better. I mean, at least everybody says that load cells are better, so I decided to trade out. It was not that expensive, and let me tell you, they are better. The level of finesse and control you can get with the load cells is 1,000 times better.
Yeah, and you did that swap kind of recently, right? It's only been a few weeks, is that right?
No, it's been about a month.
A month now. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I know, because your turn was coming up, and I remember you were saying you wanted to get comfy with that before doing this session. So you've gotten comfy, and you've noticed the difference.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think previously a lot of the points in my braking were a guess in terms of getting to 75%, 50%, 25%.
Okay.
It's always a little bit of a guess, but with the load cells, you're better at getting at those points more consistently. I think it aids with consistency in general.
I agree. Real quick, let me say hi to some other friends are popping in. We got BL and Zamora, Philness, German Kiwi. Great to see all of you stop by. You know, so I don't have a load cell pedals, but I did. I was gifted the the True Brake modification for my brake pedal, and that took a little time to get used to as well. But I have found the exact same thing, because it gives you the feeling of a load cell, even though it's technically not. And I have what I noticed, and I don't know if I wanted to ask you this. I've noticed that I have so much control when going side by side, whether I'm defending or trying to pass. I feel like almost in any situation, I can win head to head next to somebody. And I don't know if you've felt that yet, but I wanted to let you know that I think you might be able to get to that point in those situations. Have you felt that exactly yet, or maybe just more by yourself you're noticing it still?
Lad, the feeling of being side by side with someone and being certain that I will get ahead is something that is not on my mind at all.
Right.
Like, never. It's always a bit of a panicky mode.
Yeah.
But I get what you mean. The feeling of having a lot more control over the car because you have control of the brakes.
Yes.
Right. That I do feel.
Gotcha. Yep, so I'll talk more about that later when we talk about racing with others. Let's see, am I missing? Oh, I wanted to ask you and let everybody know about, so your name is very different. It's tough to have a name that's pretty unique and that stands out. There's a lot of numbers that people use to try and make their name a little more unique, but you don't have any numbers. You have Seregone. Tell us where this name comes from.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the obscure references, right? Seregone is a flower in the Middle Earth. You know, for those of you who grew up watching or reading Tolkien and his books, right? Lord of the Rings, Silmarillion. It's within his stories.
Yeah.
And it's mentioned probably once or twice in the Silmarillion book, and that's about it. Right. But it's a flower with red petals. They talk about resembling blood color and things like that. And I used that name back when I played online RPG games when I was 12 to 15 years old. It's been a while.
Yes.
And that name stuck to me. I always use it here and there. I was just lucky that it was available on YouTube to be used. It was available on GT7 to be used. Maybe it's just a little bit too old at this point. That can't be used anywhere.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, so it's funny because my name comes from the same, not the same thing, but the same time period of life. I was in my teens when I came up with lead pencil, and it has stuck. as well. So it's kind of interesting how this stuff works out, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty wild. Real quick, I need to say hi to G, and there's Nugs alt account, and then Max Speed. Love seeing you guys here. Thanks for stopping by, saying hi, giving us the likes. Makes a huge impact. Appreciate it all. Okay. BL, you'll have to just rewind. I love you. Just rewind the stream. It's right there. He just said it. Okay. So, I think that's what we'll cover for now. It's great to get to know you a little bit. Oh, I did wanna ask you. This is Let's talk about this real quick before we start running around the track. So you only started playing sport. You started playing GT7. You said you took a big break, if I remember correctly, right? There was kind of a gap of time in sport mode. Am I remembering correctly?
I don't think you are. No.
No. Okay. tell me again your sport mode journey
right.
here.
I think I was just afraid to jump on sport mode for the longest time, right? Because I was afraid of wrecking anybody on the racetrack. So I was playing the menu books for the longest time until I felt as though I was ready to race.
Okay.
Right? And that probably delayed my start a little bit.
Okay.
In sport mode. Yeah.
Gotcha. So right now you've gotten, with your own research, you mentioned that you watched. I do remember you saying this. You mentioned you watched Rory to kind of get a feel for sport mode. Is that and see how it's done and that sort of thing before you jumped in?
Yeah. It all happens at the same time. Basically, I was watching his stream, then getting up to speed with the game, and I think that scared me a bit with the aggressiveness and him trying to race clean, and I was just feeling I'm not ready yet, right? It's just getting to that mindset, and one day I said, you know what, but I should try at one point, right? And I jumped in, and it's a different beast than racing with against AI. It's just so different.
Yeah.
I haven't tried the new AI, Sophie AI yet. I heard good things about it.
Yeah.
But racing with real people is so different. And I did not.
People
are
very unpredictable.
Yes, they are. Oh yes, they are.
Yes. You didn't do that bad though.
No, I didn't do that bad. I think I was fairly consistent. I think I was always fairly consistent.
Okay.
Not fairly fast, but fairly consistent, right? And you talk a lot about that in your Learn with not the essential racing strategies. That consistency and minimizing mistakes is what gets you from E to D, from D to C, and from C to B. And I 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what I noticed, right?
Right.
The more I minimize my mistakes, the more I kept my car on track. People were just spinning in front of me, getting away, crashing on the wall, and I just kept going, right? And then you start getting to P5s, P3s, and then the ADR go up, and you move on to the next ladder.
Right. Excellent. Yeah. So that experience, that journey has taken you all the way to A rank right now, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
My loved A rank, yes.
Yeah. Yes. So, but at this point, you feel like you've plateaued a little bit, or you're unsure of how to really get to the next level.
Yes. I am unsure of what I don't know.
Right.
Let me put it this way. Because I don't know if my weakest point at this point in time is my braking, or is it the way that I attack the corners, or is it the way of how soon or how late I get on the power? Right, those are all things that I'm trying to figure out.
Right.
And don't know exactly where there is. I know that I have things to polish. We all do.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure.
But identifying those is an area that it's problematic for me at this point.
Right. Okay. Good. Well, that's hopefully the intention of this for us today is to identify some of those things as we go around. We'll use Watkins Glen as the track. It's what you've been working on this week. I spent some time working on it this week. Other people know about this track too because of it being a daily this week. So we'll use this as a reference point. So just so the friends in chat, so you're aware. So we do this on a regular basis when I always like to get on track with somebody. That way I can visually position my car where it should be for certain situations, also where we shouldn't be in certain situations, that kind of thing. And then, so we'll do that with Watkins. And then Seregone also mentioned how to save tires during a race. We'll get more into that later, but that's sort of something that we want to try and do as well. Okay, real quick, I need to say hi to Chaos. Good to see Chaos. Good to see Depitha. Great to see you here. And I think I said hi to Zamora, but just in case I didn't, hi Zamora. Good to see you all here. Yes, and this is a good moment in time. If you yourself are watching right now and want to schedule a Learn with Lead, reach out to me on PSN. You can friend request me there if we're not friends already at Lead Pencil 2017. Feel free to reach out and say, hey, I want to do a coaching session, or I want to do an L with L. So let's go. We can do it that way.
Just do it now.
There is a waiting list. The person with the longest wait is, I think, 5. It's a 5-person. We're 5 people deep right now that are looking to get one of these in. So definitely, if you're looking for one, get one in as soon as you can. Okay, Seregone. So what we're going to do here is we're going to have you lead. We will stop at each corner, and you're gonna let me know what you're thinking going through a corner, how you're trying to approach it. Okay, bud?
Sounds like a plan.
Excellent. Let's do it.
All right. So for turn 1, I would be probably braking around here.
Yep.
I just 200 marker right at the left-hand side. And there's a dark patch on the track that I use as a reference as well.
Okay.
I would come from 4th, 3rd, 2nd, all the way here.
Okay.
Or so.
Yep.
Trail braking and trying to get my car somewhere like this.
Yeah.
Right, and hopefully the momentum carries me over all the way almost to the outside of the next curb.
Yep.
About like here, almost getting a penalty if everything goes correct.
Right. Do you know how much? Do you know? You use kilometers per hour, correct?
I do.
Do you know what your minimum speed is supposed to be through there, like what you're trying to shoot for?
I have no idea.
At the apex?
I'm just trying not to die.
Got it. No problem. That's fine. All right, continue on, please.
All right, so through the little asses here, just trying to hug these curbs as much as possible. If I feel like I get a little bit more speed doing so.
You do.
On the right, on the left, exiting right on the tangent.
Yep. Good. Yeah. There's a 10th right there if you do it wrong that you lose. Yep. So that's good.
The last one all the way to the end, and keep coming to the left, aiming for that Marshall box over here.
Okay.
Ooh, just passed by it.
Yeah, that's okay.
So the Marshall box, as soon as there's a fence on the Marshall box, and when the fence hits the edge of my screen, that's when I will be braking and turning.
Yep.
It's right about here.
Okay.
And that would be that's my brake marker. From 5th to 4th, usually 100% quick release. Try to hug this barrier without crashing.
Yep, that's tricky.
A second blip on the brake about halfway through to the next next corner, just to try and rotate the car a bit and straighten this as much as possible.
Staying in 4th through there?
Staying in 4th, all the way.
Okay.
All the way. All right. And we hug this one. If I do this right, I should be exiting about this way.
Mm-hmm.
Almost facing the marshals at the top.
Yep.
There you see it at a
I
distance.
see it. I see it. Yep.
Right?
Okay.
So I have that. That should take me all the way here, midway, like the middle of the track. Shift down so I can get the car rotating.
Mm-hmm.
When I feel that it rotated enough, upshift to fourth and boot it about here. Just
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Should
So
take me all the way here.
real quick. So I think just as I want to say it now so that I don't forget to say it later. So I think with that corner, you may not want to enter quite as wide.
Okay.
And you may actually be able to get on the throttle sooner. Just as a quick notation, we'll come back to that, but that's kind of what I'm feeling. Everything else so far, spot on. I can't make any suggestions any other way, but with that one right there, I think we may have a tenth or two there. Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, so if I don't get a penalty back there, I should bring the car all the way to the right-hand side here, braking just a smidge before the 200.
You rev out fourth here?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. I should be in fourth. Exiting fourth on the last corner. Yes. So revving out fourth, just a smidge before the 200. I should brake.
Yep.
Aiming for a late apex. This is
Excellent.
kind of Watkins is the land of late apexes, by the way.
It kind of is, yeah.
Right. Sometimes I do a late apex or a long apex, but I should be hitting the apex about here. That should be my apex if I do this right.
I agree.
Exiting third, which should take me all the way to the edge here.
Yep. I like it.
Back on the left. I use the 100 board on the right-hand side as my brake marker.
Okay.
I try the one on the left. Because I use the bumper cam, it gets too late. So I use the one on the right as my reference.
Got it.
I should be in fourth, so 3 second. Trying to hug this about here. Right, as much as possible, then start opening up.
Exiting
trying not
in
to spin. Yeah.
Exiting in
trying
third.
Not to spin. Exiting third.
Yep.
Trying not to spin. It's a tricky corner for me. It's the car wants to rotate. It wants to go, right? So trying to hold that in, keep coming all the way to the 150 non-existing board.
The imaginary one. Yep.
Yeah. There's also a couple of tire markers on the floor that can be used. So I used either the gas game on the 150 or the marks on the track.
Yep.
It's just the two little marks in there that I use. All the way to first. Hugging this corner here. Hopefully about here. And then I exit in third.
Yep.
Which should take me somewhere around this area, and I keep going.
It's tricky. The car always wants to slide out on me there if I go really wide, but I need that width to carry the speed. So,
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Braking just before the 100 board. A little wide for late apex. Not too late. Hopefully hugging here.
Okay.
Should be about that. So
okay.
Downshift to first, exit in third.
Right. That, just as a note, that might require slightly not as wide of an entrance.
Not as wide of an entrance. Okay.
We'll play with that, but yeah, just a thought. Okay. How about the next section?
All the way to fourth, before the 100 turns in. Lift just a smidge.
Yep.
And then boot it out. Just go as wide as you can without getting a penalty. As soon as the tire barrier exits my screen, I downshift to third.
Yep.
which should make me hug this little guy about here,
Yep.
and then I can exit. Right,
And make
go.
the corner without hitting the wall.
And
yep.
Exactly.
Good.
All the way in third, and then fourth gear, and try to survive the next lap.
Yes, I love it. Excellent. Okay, very good. Real quick, let me say hi to Seba and Warhawk, to Pitha. Great to see you guys here. Goose, good to see you as well. In case you're new to this is a Learn with Lead session. Oh, and Slick, good to see you, Slick. This is a Learn with Lead session that we're doing today. We got Seregone as our guest. In case you aren't familiar with Seregone, maybe you've seen him in chat, but you haven't heard him. You're hearing him for the first time now. Isn't that awesome? He does have a channel, so that is pinned at the top of the chat. Please highly recommend you give our good friend here a sub. Okay, so excellent. I really appreciate you being able to take that time to demonstrate for us, Seregone, how you are approaching the lap. You're right about the land of the late apexes. If you look at the track map at the top right, you're seeing a lot of corners that are more than 90 degrees. So even turn 1 is, probably about 95 to a 100 degree turn there, right? So whenever you're having a corner that's more than 90 degrees without an immediate turn right after that, you're gonna think late apex. That's definitely how that works. Otto, good to see you as well. Appreciate you coming by. And G Wizzy, great to have you here, man.
Can you say that again, lad? So it ingrains in my head. If there's a turn that's more than 90 degrees without another turn following it right next or right after, it's probably a late apex. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So here's why. So, and this, I would love to have my graph right now. That would be awesome. So, Octia and I, mainly Octia, we're working on an interactive slider to show proper racing lines, just by dragging it on the screen. And we're not there yet. We're getting closer. I'm excited about it. But until then, what it does is it gives you the overhead view, basically. So, but yes. So, and what I mean by a turn that doesn't come right afterwards is, so none of the turns on Watkins actually present this opportunity, because there's nothing that you have to set up for immediately. The turns are there. There's many that are more than 90, but you don't have, in other words, you don't have to sacrifice speed at any point to get that anywhere else. So that's kind of the idea there. But yes, if there isn't a turn immediately after. Now, when we go, if we have time and we get to Lago Maggiore later, we have those scenarios, so it'll be good to discuss that then. But yeah, so turn 1, for example, is slightly more than 90 degrees, and it's a long flat-out section after that. So what's the objective? We want to be able to get the highest top speed possible, and the only way to do that is to get on the throttle earlier, and the only way to do throttle earlier is late apex. That's how that works. So when you let's go ahead and go to turn 1. When you were talking about your line there and what you're trying to accomplish, it's exactly right. It's exactly what we need to be doing. There's a tendency, so we're braking at the 200, there's a tendency to start turning right about now for a lot of folks, for example.
Myself included.
It feels faster, right? Because we're getting to the apex sooner. But what we're doing when we do that is we're narrowing the entrance line, and we are compromising our exit. So we won't do it this way, but let's go ahead and turn in now, for example, so everybody can see this. Yeah, I'm getting to the apex super soon, right? But once I get to the apex, look where I'm pointing. I'm pointing at the stands, those fanatics over there at Watkins Glen, just loving their racing. They're just so enthusiastic, but what this means is I can't get on the throttle until after the apex. I can't get on the throttle until I start to turn the car, and like maybe right around now I can start to really get on it. That's way too late, right? So let's back it up and we'll compare. So we'll compare this entrance, right, where I'm pointed at the apex. If we turn, if we turn later like we're talking about, we're max braking longer, right? We're on maximum brake. Now we start to turn. We get down to first to get that rotation, and we're gliding into it. And for me, I'm looking for, at the apex, I'm looking for 78 miles per hour. That's me, what I'm comfortable with. I'm not sure what that is in kilometers per hour. Someone could check that real quick, I'm sure.
We need chat for that.
Yeah, we need chat. Give us what 78 is in kph, please. So now look where I'm pointing. Look where I'm pointing now. What this actually enables me to do is right where you are, Seregone, right now. That's when I want to be on the throttle.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's what you're trying to do as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. So that's just quick fundamental understanding of a track. So when you look at a track map at the top right, and after you go through the bus stop, you see a right-hander that's what, like 160 degrees. We have a left-hander that's 160 degrees the other way. We have a right-hander that's 180 degrees. Then we have a right-hander that is 135 degrees. And then another left-hander that's 135 degrees. What that tells me is late apex, late apex, late apex, late apex, on and on and on the whole time through. Does that make sense? Yeah, good stuff. Okay, so I think your approach to this is perfect. What you want to do on turn 1 here is exactly right. But that's the why behind why it's right. Chris Wood, good to see you. Edward E, good to see you as well. Thank you all for stopping in. We have Seregone as our guest. Go ahead, Seregone.
I was just going to say, by the way, 70 whatever miles per hour, as you said, is 125 according to Zamora. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. There it is. I see it. Wonderful. Okay, so let's talk about the chicane and specifically the exit of it, okay? So I think you're spot on with your entrance and how you're trying to brake. 4th gear through here, get nice and tight. Get the weight on the right tires by this point, okay? That's one element that I want to stress is you want the right-hand tires weighted. Get the load on it before that second apex. What that will allow you to do is continue to turn right with no drama, really. You start turning here before the apex, just like you were saying, your line you like right there is like there. So I think, real quick, one area in which we'll want to try and mess with here, Seregone, is if, let's back up just a little bit, just so we're positioned properly. Go ahead and get off the curbs here. So what I noticed the top time in the world doing was, and I'm to, let me get over here a little bit. Okay. What I noticed is he's turning right here. He's starting to turn right at this point. And
right.
And once he gets past the apex, he's still turning hard to the right at that point. And I do think, and maybe not every car could handle that, but I think the BMW is good with that. So this is kind of your entrance right here, is what I'm going to try and suggest. Rather than being a car's width to the left,
gotcha.
Which is kind of where you were when you were talking about this one. We're going to try a more middle of the road. Still doing the same thing, though. We're still going to tighten, tighten, tighten. Use third for rotation, like you talked about. And then here, this I think is a little bit earlier than you were saying to get on the power. I want to start getting...
Yeah, I missed my reference when I was talking about, but yes.
Okay, yeah. So we're back up to 4th, and we want to try and at least starting to fiddle with throttle right here. Maybe we don't feel comfy going right to full immediately, but this is where we want to. What I noticed is if I'm too late on the throttle, if I'm getting on it like right around here, my momentum really doesn't even take me wide. I'll be over here, and if I'm over here, my momentum's taking me this far only to the left. It's not fast enough, right? So yeah, so we want to really, maybe it's too risky to do that in a race, but when we're trying to time trial and get that time down, let's take some of those risks, right? Be the idea. Okay, any questions regarding that one?
No, I think it makes complete sense.
Okay. All right, so for this next sequence of turns, we're going to stop here. For this next sequence of turns, you're absolutely right about the late apexes. What I'm going to stress here is how we're going to get to the apex. All right, so I think you and we talked a little bit about it yesterday, but just as a reminder for the folks that are watching right now, again, good to see Shuffles stopping by, and Craig, good to see you, friends. So let's talk about perfect scenario, right? Perfect scenario is you are at the apex or just before the apex. When you are at that spot, you are at your slowest. Okay? That is when you're at your slowest. And then you can immediately, after you get past the slowest point, you're immediately able to get on the throttle. In a perfect scenario, what would happen, like in this corner, is we would brake in a straight line, we would begin to turn in, and we would gradually be decelerating all the way to the apex, or just before it. And then if we have managed that entrance correctly, we're immediately able to get on the throttle. So what these two turns do, this one right here and then the next one, they will expose people's weaknesses when it comes to their approach to a corner and their application of throttle. Do you follow me so far with that?
I do, and I feel attacked, but yes.
Okay, no, it's not a personal. It's not a personal attack.
I know it is not. I know it is not. I'm joking with you.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right.
Well,
yes.
and I say it that way, exposing weaknesses, because it's done it to me as well. Like I'm experiencing that myself. So it's not I put myself in this category. So let's talk about in like super ultra slow-mo. We're gonna go forward here, and I want to talk about how we maximize these corners. Okay, so we're in fourth, we're letting fourth scream, right? And then we're gradually coming in, we're down to third, we're still decelerating, we're down to second to get that extra rotation, still decelerating. I'm gonna stop right here. Okay, where I want to be, this is where I want to be at my slowest, right here. I go up to third gear, and if I've done it right, I can be on the throttle almost fully at this point. Does that make sense? Do you follow that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is legit. Like, it's kind of easy to explain. It's hard to actually make that happen on a regular basis, especially. And so here's where I want to bring up your braking and your new modifications that you got. This is where you will be able to, like, really be able to maximize a lot of your capabilities here. So when we let's go ahead and back up, and we're going to do this again, except I'm not going to worry about the gearing. I'm going to talk about the braking part of it, okay? So let's get back up to where, like, that 100 imaginary 150 board. This is also testing our backing up skills in GT7. You all see that, right? Yep, okay. Okay, yep, right about here. Okay, so fundamentally, just want to make sure that everybody's on board with this. So whenever we talk about trail braking, in a bigger braking zone like this, we are first at maximum brake pressure, correct? We do that right at the 200 board, right where you are, except, more to the right. And so we're maximum braking, and then right here, right about here is when we're going to start to turn, right? Now, you never, as I've been reminded of in a short that we posted not that long ago, you never want to be turning while maximum braking. That might work in Need for Speed. Love Need for Speed. Love Need for Speed, don't get me wrong. But it's not going to work here. The car is going to say, no, sorry, we're not doing that today. We're going to keep going straight. You're not good at this game, is what it's going to tell you. And so, hey there, broker. Good to see you, friend. Awesome to have you stop by. Craig says, I love this track, but struggling to get a good time. I can get a 150.9. Okay, well, let's see if we can, after this, maybe get you a little bit faster there, Craig. Yes, so you talked about, Seregone, you talked about how you were able to really feel like how much pressure you're applying. You were feeling what 75%, 50%, 25% braking is. You were able to really get that. So that's where a turn like this, feeling that is absolutely crucial. Like, it's super important, because once you start turning, now you've let off the brake some. You're at 90, and as you continue to turn like this, you're at 80, 70, 60, 50, right? And then towards the end, as you're getting really close to the apex, probably the most important portion of your braking is right here, right before you're going to want to get on the throttle. It's that 30%, 25% braking and lower. So actually, for those who can see right now, the amount that I'm applying right now just to keep the car still on this downhill, that's what we're talking about. We're talking, I'll move it a little bit. We're talking this range right here. This little bit of range. That's what we're talking about. What that's doing is, as the car is slowing down, it's maintaining the weight on the outer tires, which, putting that weight on them, is increasing the grip strength, which is why you are able to actually continue to turn and brake. And what this is, in case anyone watching isn't aware, that's trail braking. That's what trail braking is. That's what's being accomplished there. So, Seregone, tell me, how does what I just explained there, how does that compare to how you would approach a corner like this?
I think you explained way more elegantly than I ever could. But for me, it's the feel of, it's a long turn. It's a late apex, which allows me, quote unquote, more time on the brake, not necessarily at 100%, but reducing the speed of the car as much as I can up until the apex, very, very close to the apex. So then I can get on the throttle right away, and that's the trail brake that you were talking about, right?
Yep.
It's
right.
Going from 100, 90, 75, 50, 25, all the way down to 0.
Yes. And we can't, I think one of the most undervalued things for a lot of folks, not necessarily you or I, but we undervalue that braking between 30% and 0. And we really can't. I think what a lot of folks end up doing by mistake is they'll brake, and maybe they'll go down to 50%, and then the rest of the corner they just let off. And what that ends up doing is that ends up unloading the tires that have been gripping, right? It unloads the tires that have been gripping, and now you're losing traction. And so that's what's going on there. Okay, so it sounds like exactly what you're attempting to do, right? How
attempting is a good word. Yes.
Okay, how successful do you think you're getting at that?
It's 60% of the time I think I get it correctly.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
All right, so this is 180. This is a 180-degree turn. It's kind of it's a soft radius. It's not too tight of a radius. It's not turn 1 at Spa, It's nothing like that. But it is doing the same type of thing. So you don't want to be too wide on this one. There's a couple reasons for that. For this corner in particular, this really dark portion of the asphalt where all the tires have been laying down their rubber, this is actually still banked. If you get one car length, or sorry, if you get one car width to the left of where I am right now, you lose a little bit of banking, and then you're on the marbles also, which is not getting you very good traction. So on a different track, I might say, yeah, you want to start a little bit wider, but for this turn in particular, you want to stay a little bit narrower because there's more traction at this point in the width of the track than there is over to the left.
Okay. Okay, makes sense.
Yep. And I think I saw you end up over to the left a little bit more on this one. So
yes.
Yep. So we're trying to then be right about here. There's not, if you can get tighter to the apex on this one, I think it's fine than this, but I kind of feel like this is a little bit of the sweet spot right here.
So not as tight, yeah.
And then, like you were saying, up to third gear to exit, and it's kind of a gradually on the throttle rather, because there's a little bit of slipperiness here. And then if you've done it right, you end up all the way over there.
Yeah, have the car outside of the white line. Right?
Yes,
just
right.
About that.
Right. Hey there, Sheepy McPeepy. I love saying your name, by the way. Great to have you here. It's good to see you. Okay. Your approach to this sequence, I can't really say one way or the other. I think what you're attempting to do is good. It might just be, you know, the consistent execution of it.
Mm-hmm.
What you said about gearing is exactly what I would recommend too. Your lines is exactly what I would recommend as well. Same here. Don't go too wide on this one. I think there's a little bit the same deal with the marbles on the right there, so
Yeah.
we don't want to go. Yeah, you did start a little bit wider than I would have recommended there. So, so
it's funny.
Yeah.
Because usually I go tighter than what I showed you, but tighter than what you were doing right now.
Tighter than what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, well, no, wait, this is a bit of a wider entrance, and then I did it too wide to demonstrate. So,
okay.
You know, just getting the right position here for me, it's a bit tricky still.
Yes. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go ahead. We're going through that. We exit in third. There's a little bit, like G mentioned to me, there's a little bit of a hump here. That's what often unsettles the car. This is why you get those spins right there. Yes, LC Broker, you definitely like this track in New York. Very good, very good. Appreciate you, Broker. Oh, real quick, I don't want to gloss over this. My fault. So I think you're right, and this is all about the turn-in spot. This track, this part right here. You don't want to turn in too early. I think the way you demonstrated it was right about here. You started to turn in, kind of following these tire marks, right?
Yeah, I was beginning to turn right before the 100 board. So,
okay.
And I feel that sometimes it's a little early. I think if I try to go later, I miss it.
Okay.
Every time.
So I think there's two ways to approach this corner. It's funny. You feel like this is no braking and like it doesn't matter. This corner actually matters a ton. There's two ways. You can turn a little bit earlier and lift towards closer to the apex, or you can turn in a little bit later and lift earlier. So if I'm turning in right here, I'm lifting right about now, and that actually rotates the car, and then I can get on the throttle right about here. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah.
It does.
I find that either way is good. If you have somebody behind you, you probably want to do the turn in earlier model rather than
just to protect the apex.
Yeah, exactly. Protect the apex. Exactly right.
I watched your videos, lad. They're good, man. They are amazing.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. For anyone not aware, so I do have Essential Racing Strategies videos that I'm putting out actively. The description in this does have the link to that playlist. So if you're unfamiliar with those, feel free to go put that on your watch list or watch later list.
And if I can say so myself, even as a DRA driver, been doing this for a little bit, it's still valuable. It's very, very, very good. There's a lot of tough loving there. It's good to hear.
Yeah, tough love. I am the giver of tough love. That is true. I don't want to mince words. So I have some strong opinions, I suppose you might say, but I feel like they come from good foundation. So yep. So final turn here, just like you were saying, we're braking right. For me, it's right as the bump out leaves my screen is when I'm starting to brake. It's kind of a 50 to 75% brake for me.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I'm turning late, just like you did it. Also,
wait, another late apex.
Yes, it's a very slight late apex. So
yeah.
It reset me. That's fun. Well, yeah.
It disappeared.
It decided to reset me. It has decided to reset me ahead. That's pretty funny. Anyway, if you look on the track map, it's just about a 90-degree turn.
Right.
So you have a long straightaway after the 90-degree turn. So just a slight late apex is a good idea. And what that does too is it rotates the car so that you can exit properly and not have to hit that wall. So any questions regarding our little walkthrough there between you talking about it and me talking about it?
No, I think the way you're explaining has a little bit more finesse, and it helped me understand the reasons why a certain approach to a corner. They all make sense in my head. Whether or not I'm going to be able to execute it, that's a different story. But well, the reason behind it makes sense.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Hopefully, the why behind what we're doing on this track helps you learn how to more quickly how to approach the new tracks. You know, another daily that's coming in the future next week.
Yes.
It's not that far, right? So that's pretty important. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna lead here, and let's go around the track, kind of 60% speed or so, 60 to 70%. We're not gonna push it too much. We're just going to we're just gonna really focus on our lines. And I just want you to get the feel for some of those newer lines that we talked about later in the lap. Because really, it's very interesting what I've noticed in teaching folks and what I've noticed in my own learning experience in this game is that I can know what to do, and then I go and try and do it, and I can't. Because the feeling is so different than what I'm used to. And what that can often translate to is frustration and giving up and just sticking with what you've done before, you know? And and so, which actually really doesn't help you improve. So we want to try to avoid that. The other reason we're doing this too is our tires need to warm up. Our sim hub here has us at 39 degrees, so these tires are very cold. Okay. Oh yes. All right, let's get you a little bit closer to me if you don't mind on this straightaway coming up. Ghosting is on, so there's no potential for wrecking, probably.
Probably. I'll make it happen. Don't worry about it. I'll find a way.
Yeah. I love what you said about how you want to hug these. It's an underestimated section of the track. You definitely want to hug. Definitely want to
there's
turn
about
early.
1-2 tenths there if you don't do it.
Yep. All right, we're taking a little bit faster, but I'm gonna brake a little early for this, just to keep the car in control. So here we go. We're gonna stick a little bit tighter, feather the throttle, and then go. Now we're not carrying the same amount of speed, so I didn't track out.
Yeah, I took it a little tighter than you did there.
Okay.
Just a smidge. Just a smidge.
Yeah.
Because G was saying that he likes the word, so I'm gonna try to use it.
The smidge word? Yes, it's a great word.
Smidge.
Okay. Good, good.
A little wide.
Nice. All right, let's take it to 90%. I think you're ready. I feel you breathing down my back here.
I'll turn the mic off.
No. No need to do that. I love it. Isn't this fun, friends? This is so much fun. What in the world? Is it even legal to have this much fun? I don't know, but I don't care. I'll break the law if that's the case. Oops. Wow, how did that happen? I accidentally changed my view. That messed me up big time.
Just use a good view, not the one that you use.
Oh, come on now. Not you too. I went a little narrower than I wanted to. Yep, and that's why I went wide. Might have dirty tires. Let's see. Yeah, a little bit. Woo. So for those who don't know, Seregone has a time that is only 2/10 off of my best time here. So, quite a fast dude. Let's go to 100%, sir.
All right, rack fast.
Let's do it. Overcook that nicely. Oh, I loved how the BMW turned in there. That was nice. Oh, I felt that. That was good. Okay.
A little too hot on that corner.
So, yeah, when you say too hot, was it your entrance or how did that happen?
I applied the throttle too early. Not too early, but too fast. Say should have done 90%, 80% throttle, and I just
mashed
went
it.
100%.
Okay, got it. I think I have damage off, but you probably have dirty tires, right?
Well, let's see. Should be okay.
Kinda, Zamora, kinda. A little bit. What I'm really trying to do, Zamora and Siri, is get you to apply the slightly different lines that we talked about so that you can feel it out some. Gotta feel it. Gotta feel it.
This game is all about feelings, man.
It really is.
Feelings of frustration.
Of ecstasy.
Exactly.
All right, let's do 100.
Exactly.
Let's
Happiness, sadness.
Yeah, let's do 100% again.
It's a roller coaster. But never anger at the others. That
really shouldn't.
That's a no-no. Ooh, a little too narrow there. I'm gonna get a penalty.
Okay.
Yep.
I had to check up just a little bit there. Gonna make you apply it now, I think. Yeah, okay. Very good. We'll go one more 100% lap after this.
Maybe one that's valid.
We'll try, yeah, we'll try.
Hopefully. It's a stage fright. I'm gonna blame it on that.
That's fine. I understand.
It is not. It's really not. It's just lack of skills at this point.
Okay.
But I'm gonna blame it on something else.
That's what
I can do that.
That's
right?
what us sim racers do. That's how we cope with our failings. Blame equipment. Blame another driver.
Yeah.
Hey Venus, good to see you. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Let's go.
I didn't go tight like I should have. Oh, I believed and it worked. Sometimes you gotta believe.
Oh yeah, that was good.
Liked it, huh? Mm-hmm.
It's good when you feel like the car is doing what you want it to do.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. MF Wesley, good to see you, friend.
Ooh, holy.
Were you carrying some good speed there?
Yeah. I did not think I was gonna make it.
Nice, nice. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do, friend. We're gonna go and do a share screen now. Here's my plan. I think this will be good for us. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. So I like to do a share screen. I am going to close this lobby. And what I want you to go ahead and do is hop into the sport mode lobby for this and do some time trialing there, okay? And then we'll
Sounds good.
and we'll have you do the 11:30 race, okay?
Okay. I need 1 minute for a bio break.
Yes, go right ahead.
Otherwise, that's gonna be a little bit tough for me.
You
All right,
you do
be right
that
back.
now, and then we'll wait for you to send the share screen. Sounds good. All right, have a little bit of a little breaky break there, friends. Right, it's good stuff. Let's see. Awesome to have you friends with us today. I sure do like doing these these morning afternoon streams on Saturday because I get to catch some of you folks before you go to sleep. So that's fun. Anybody else that I miss? Malazeni, good to see you, friend. Mali Zeleni. That's gonna be, hang on. Mali Zeleni. I can say it. Mali Zeleni. Great to have you, friend. Just saw you in a chat the other day. Oh, Sheepy McPeepee asks about the time trial. Is that the Lake Louise one? No, I have no tips for that. Dirt and snow, I'm still, in this game, I'm still trying to figure out some. I can do okay, but I'm not totally, I might be able to give tips with gearing. Definitely use higher gears than you think are necessary so that it can bite into the snow. Rocky Gray, great to see you. All you addicted people, yes. We're doing good, man. We're doing good, friend. All right, Seregone, once you are ready to send that share screen over.
I'm just trying to, it's checking my network environment again.
But, oh, yes, indeed.
Okay, so, screen share. Share screen, and that is right here.
Yeah, Chris,
okay.
You can watch in normal human hours instead of what you do on Mondays and Tuesdays when you hang with us. Always appreciate you, Chris.
Did my invite go through?
Yep, we are seeing what you see now.
All right.
On Watkins Zamora, yes. So at least for the BMW, not all cars will be able to do that, but the BMW has enough grunt and low end torque that if you exit in third, it likes it. It's happy, and it gives you more grip because of second gear. You'll get a little more wheel spin, a little harder to control.
So we are time trialing, right? Not racing yet.
Yeah, don't race until the 11:30 race.
Sounds good.
Yep. So just for everyone to know, so what we're doing right now is, yes, we're gonna see him put in some times, but also, you know, if he could beat my time, great. Let's try. Let's make it happen. I'd love to see that. But if not, mostly what I'm looking for is braking inputs, accelerator inputs, how he's turning, all of that stuff that I can't quite see when I'm on track that I can see fully in this screen. Sorry for the lack of sound. This is just sort of how a share screen works. So we'll just have to pretend that he has a BMW electric car for right now. Screen. Yes, thank you. Fixing it now. Yeah, Zamora, it is car specific. You've got cars like the Supra, the Vet. They love out of those corners like third gear all day long is how that would work. Let me see here. I'm gonna have a no, that. There we go. All right. I got
you can see it okay, right?
Oh yeah, I can see everything perfectly.
All right, sounds good.
Yep, see everything perfectly. I was just getting my kilometer to mile converter up. So I can check a couple places.
You know, Canada is a mess about that. We use mixed measurements.
Yeah.
Sometimes like we use pounds, and sometimes it's kilos, sometimes it's miles, sometimes it's time.
Yeah, so you have to be well versed in both then, huh?
Oh no, I'm poorly versed in any of them.
Poorly versed in any. Well, that just sounds like a whole lot of fun. Sounds like a big headache all day, actually. That's what that is.
A little too tight on that turn one.
Yep. Okay.
hug, hug.
Oh, really? I should do it? I could do engine sound, but I think I would bother Seregone quite a bit because he actually hears his engine. Boom. That's all I'm going to do. No more than that. Yep, I like that. That line right there. I think that's good. Yeah, go for it. Yes. Did that feel early to be on the throttle?
Sorry, say that again?
Did that feel early to be on the throttle?
Felt about right.
Felt about right. Okay.
Yeah.
Because it looked early. It looked early, but you made it easy. So it's good. Yeah, gee, I think I just noticed that too, but I wanted to see a little bit more. Mm-hmm. I like it. Nice 45. Oh, almost 45. That was a 45. Did the math wrong. Okay. Just as a reminder too, while we're watching Siri, he does in fact he does stream on occasion. He's just trying to build the channel a little bit. And so we do have his link to his channel up at the top of chat. So if you wouldn't mind going over there, tapping the subscriber button, it'd be awesome if you guys could do that for me.
Yeah. You can watch me struggle there as well.
Right. Double the struggle.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah. Gets me all the time. I hate that exit. It's the exit that you're supposed to do, but it's just a pain.
It just doesn't want to do it.
No.
Little tight.
Yeah. That is part of why I do like the later turn in, earlier lift, because I feel like I can carry a little more speed through the exit of that turn actually. But in the end, it might be a wash because you do have an immediate right turn that you have to set up for. So I don't know. Okay. Yep. I think I agree, G. Yep. Thank you. So we'll talk about it here in a little bit, but good out of there. Very nice. Like that. That was good. Hmm. Interesting. Zamora, no. No, no, no. Nothing like that. Hmm. Hmm. Lead cam frozen? Oh, it is. How about that? I just looked so deep in thought there. Let's see. Bear with everything a second, folks, as it all resets. All right, we're back. Very good. Okay. So I do want to talk about something right now, Seregone. So
Yeah.
the 180-degree turn that you're doing, right, that you just did,
Mm-hmm.
you are actually currently you are narrowing the entrance. You've done it multiple times now. You take a slightly narrow entrance, you go a little bit deep, and then you come back. Now, sometimes Ving off a 180-degree turn is not a bad idea. I think for that turn, it's a bad idea. And I'm not sure if you're aware you're doing that, but yeah, you're not actually starting wide and gradually tightening. You narrow, you widen, and then you narrow again.
Okay. Okay.
And I think there's time there, for sure. Mm.
Is that any better?
No, so
No, it was not.
no. So well, the line was wider, but what you did to compensate, and this is what G was saying in chat also, is that um he noticed, and I'm noticing it too, in some cases you're just dropping off the brakes completely instead of
Trail braking a little bit more.
yeah. And part of that might be, it could be that you're braking earlier than you need to,
Okay.
because what taking a slightly wider entrance will do is you're able to take full braking to that turn-in point and then trail brake off of it as you turn in. So if you're braking too early, then it makes sense why you'd end up actually narrowing it at first, because the car is able to turn in sooner than you need it to, actually.
That makes a lot of sense because I see folks catching up to me quite a bit on that corner.
Okay. Oh, the speed. Do it. Yeah, early to third like that is great. It might do it. Oh, it's so close. Yep, so there it is again. Narrow to wide to narrow.
Hmm.
Yeah, I would try. Let's try braking a little bit later on both of those.
Sounds good.
And then once you start to turn in at the spot that you normally would like to, you're just going to end up being a little bit wider because the extra speed you're carrying. Yep, G agrees. Excellent. For those who don't know, G is kind of our resident sim racing expert. Although he says he's retired now and he races through watching me. So I don't know how I'm his avatar, I guess, vicariously drives through me now.
It's interesting as I process all this information, I see what I'm doing wrong,
Mm-hmm.
but out of habit,
Yes.
it's hard not to do it.
I understand. I totally get it.
Right.
So these are things to work towards, you know? Really, is what it is. To be made aware of it. Good, good, good. Tighten, tighten. Get into third. Yeah, buddy. Excellent. All right, let's see how these go. Not bad. You had a little wiggle on exit, so it killed your momentum, but I like that. And so does your time. Look at that drop.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, as much as you help us out, G, we're giving you that title. Sorry. You're just going to have to live with it. Losing time in turn 6. Turn 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hmm. With a little bit of an emergency first gear. I like it. It's a good adjustment. I know it's slow, but it's correcting the mistake that you made, and that's a good move there. I like that, Seregone.
All right, so I have, although right now I have 2 I like it. It's 2 out of 40 minutes that we have been doing this. That's amazing. I just completely lost it, but I had to make the comment.
Yes, gotcha. Oh, whatever game. Let's see, take this one more time. It appears, there's not a smooth. This one is looking better, the one you're on right now, but it appears on the previous one, there's not a smooth enough transition between maximum braking and then turning and trail braking. It looks very stunted.
What do you mean by stunted?
Like all of a sudden your momentum drops. Woo.
I see.
Yeah,
I see.
Let's go ahead and have you hop into the lobby and get the countdown going, and we'll watch you.
Oh, the pressure countdown.
Yep. Yes, indeed. And friends, yes, what Rocky says it right there, and that's one of the things that I thought, Rocky, that this would never work, because I didn't think anybody would be willing to do this type of thing, put themselves out there like this, and I was wrong. There's been now dozens of you looking to do this, so
it definitely is a bit of a pressure cooker.
It is, right?
Being on this, but I think it is helpful, right? So if you're out there looking at the session, thinking about, oh my God, I'm never gonna be able to do this.
Yes, yeah.
Just that means you have to do it. Just come in, jump in, listen to Lad, right? So it's always helpful.
Yeah, well, and then the good thing is y'all are among friends, right? We're all friends. No one here is trying to blast somebody. No one is trying to make someone feel bad. This is what we're doing. We're helping each other out. And so there really isn't there's pressure, but technically it's pressure that one is putting on themselves. Honestly, I need to see your mistakes, right? I need to see the errors.
Absolutely.
I need to see. We need to see that, right, friends? So, and yes, he's exactly right. So if you're looking to maybe do something like this, take the leap of faith. You can reach out to me right there at Lead Pencil 2017. Go ahead and friend request me if we're not friends already, and request your session with me. And I would say if you're fiddling with the idea and you're not sure, but you think you do want to eventually, well, if you put it in now, your session will probably still be a month and a half away, because I have quite a few people waiting in line after this. Molly says it depends on the teacher. Well, I try. I'm not the perfect teacher, but I do seem to have a little bit of a gift for this, so I'm using it. Yeah, I want to see that again. it still didn't look quite as, I'll still use the word stunted. It didn't look quite so abrupt as before, but I'm gonna pay attention to that more a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm struggling there. Like, I hear what you say. I still cannot exactly understand what I'm supposed to be doing there.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I can't look at everything that I want to look at the same time there, so I'm trying to bring it all in every time you go around there. So I need to look at your brakes. I need to look at where you turn in. Definitely want to look extra at your brakes next time. Hey there, Octia. Yes, for those who don't know, Octi has been right next to me a few times here because he's making sure everything goes well. Ooh. Ooh. I got a tingle watching that one.
A good tingle or a bad tingle?
That was a good one. That was a really good one.
You gotta check that out, lad. It's it might be a medical problem.
I don't think so. I think we're good. Yeah, you entered, I was just checking, you entered at 79 miles per hour and made it stick, and that was good. That was really nice. Yes. Yeah, push the car there. It really can handle more. All right, here we go. Here we go. That looked so much better. Did that feel better at all?
Not particularly, but I try to be trail breaky as much as possible.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
You know, really smoothing out the transition between 100 to 25-0. Yeah.
You know what? I might be wrong, but I think I might know what was going on. So we told you earlier to brake later and to carry more speed through there because you were narrowing and then widening and narrowing again. I think perhaps what was happening is you were too hard on the brake for a little bit for too much of a duration. Because I would see
the trail braking fast enough, just reducing it.
Yes, okay. Yeah, there was too much of a drop. Let's say between 100%, and you would just sort of go right to 50%, and I would see the car jerk.
Right.
You tell him I think it's just because he can take the braking deeper than you think. Yeah, it's kind of a. I think he's trying to. He's trying to take everything we've talked about in that corner and apply it immediately, and it's tough. It's tough to really be able to see. But let's do it one more time here. Yeah, look how early you were on the throttle there.
Yeah,
and that was
a lot.
That was a smooth. What did you think of that one, G? That's what we're trying to do right there. It's a tough balance between a late turn in and losing time. You don't necessarily lose speed, but if you turn a little bit too late, you end up losing time. That, you know, if you were to have you and your ghost next to each other, then the slightly sooner turn in would definitely be ahead of you, and then you would maybe have more exit speed coming out with the other guy, but you probably don't catch yourself at that point. So, okay, fun. We have a few A+ drivers, mostly A drivers. Anybody else we know here?
Let's see.
I recognize all caps Thor there. I've seen him before. Rogue One.
Marini before. Race is clean. That's good.
Okay, so with this one, Siri, we're gonna race within your limits, right? As this countdown happens here, we're just gonna race within your limits. We're not gonna push the car or yourself beyond what you think you can control. So we're gonna make sure. Yes, pace has to be quick here. Pace, you know, you're with some fast dudes, but We're not going to necessarily focus on that. We're going to focus right now more on how you're positioning your car to set yourself up for the most success. And look, first lap, it could be bad. Bad things happen in the first lap in GT7 Daily Sport Mode, right, friends? Right? So it's okay if it does. It's okay if it does. It's not a big deal. We're just going to work with what's given to us. I won't say too much. I'll try to be an encouragement, and I might give you little pointers as far as what to do. I'll kind of be your crew chief maybe at times, but I'm not going to overload you with info, okay, bud?
Sounds good. And I see your comment there, G. Thank you for saying that it was better. And thank you, Venus, as well, for the good luck. Have fun.
That's the great word, right? Wasted coasting. Wasted coasting.
Yeah,
That's what we need.
I see that.
I like that, G. Thanks, man.
I have my own crowd. You know, it's nice.
You do? You have spectators, sir. All right, good luck, bud. Marini took it a little bit too narrow. That's why you're able to catch like that. That was brave. Well handled, right, bud. Well handled. You did exactly what you needed to do in that situation.
I had to take it safe.
Yeah. Really good move on your part. All right, just, yep, bring it back. Don't worry about him or that guy. All right, so real quick, just those wide entrances, they're not going to work with folks right behind you.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, TK, it's good to see you, friend. Thank you. Appreciate it, bud. All right, good. Good gathering at all that right there. It was really nice. Mm-hmm. Your tighter lines through there are even extra important when you're in slipstream, because that dirty air kind of does want to send you wide, so that's really critical there. Good job. Yeah, I like that better for that situation. Good. Yeah, G, and it wasn't good, was it? Oh! I think you can go on.
Even the game says so.
Yeah, well.
No penalty.
Yes, we know how accurate the penalty system is.
Wait, are you telling me it is not?
Well, it's definitely suspect at times. But that's okay. I think we're good. Based off what I'm seeing there.
No, I did not touch him.
Yeah. There was a little touch after he'd already gone, but that's there was no time for you to react there. It's not right in the moment, you know, because of that. All right. Good. Well, I think we found a rhythm. You look real comfy at the moment.
Yeah, yeah, I'm comfortable.
Yep. So stay within the.
Comfortably slow.
Oh, but this is good. So think about this for right now. So you're a lower A, and you're in a. I think it's too close.
Yeah, he does have a penalty.
Okay, and he did serve it now.
And
Okay.
he served it. Yeah.
Okay, very nice. That takes the pressure off a little bit. Carry speed through the exits. We do that, and we catch these guys in front. I guarantee it, because they're quick, but they are gonna just naturally slow each other down a little bit by being so close together.
Yeah, I'm catching up a bit already.
Yep.
That's good.
Yep. So we got one lap. Let's just stay disciplined in all those areas, and let's see if we can make up some ground and maybe take a spot or two if there are some mistakes ahead.
So if my counting is correct, I only lost one position so far, right?
Oh, net. Yes, I think so.
Yeah. Net.
A little dirty air there. Well, I think that was a wise lift. Good job. Yep, a little bit of the bad habit there is happened there. I think you could see it compared to his line. His line was much better through there. That one was good. I like that. But this is the A and A plus lobbies, right? People aren't inclined to make mistakes for you. They're so much more consistent.
Unfortunately, yes. Ooh. Both of us went wide.
Yep. You mirrored each other. Honestly though, Siri, this was a great race, man.
It was not a bad race, yeah.
It was good.
Just a good pace. Got one extra position there as well, I think.
Yes, you're ninth, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. You were pretty, I don't know if down on yourself is the right word. You were playing down your ability in sport mode. I found that to be pretty I feel like I feel like that was pretty good, man.
Thank you.
So where you were in the grid, you ended up kind of in the thick of all of it back there, you know. It's often pretty tough, you know, below 8th place. And so you did really well. I think you did really well in positioning yourself. There was that one part where the guy snuck in because you ended up a little bit wide at the one turn, but that's really the only like big mistake that I could point to. You needed to
in terms of opening or just veering off the line so much that someone took the position. I think that was the only spot the one time.
I agree.
And then we had the brave guy at the bus stop that just it just sent it.
He was very confident apparently.
Yeah.
I would not have wanted to do that myself. But that was really great. We're getting G heckin' G's up here for you in chat.
Yeah,
it's
I see
awesome.
That. Thanks, BL.
Yeah, great job. I feel like you. Yeah, I'm sure that's not every experience for you in sport mode is like that. But what I did not see. Oh, why is he apologizing?
I don't remember.
I don't remember him doing anything. All right.
I'm just gonna say not a problem. I don't know. I don't even know where he was. So.
Yeah, I didn't notice anything. Okay. Well, anyway, I feel like you've got a great foundation for doing sport mode. Like this was good. This was good. I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged by it, bud. I really am. I feel like, you know,
And I agree with you. If I'm honest, I don't think I'm bad at this. It's
okay,
just as we were talking the other day. It's just
yeah,
the fear of losing the A status more so
uh,
than anything else, right? And it's silly because either way, I have to race to get to A plus.
you
Right? If I
will.
don't race, I'm gonna be stuck in this forever,
Uh-huh.
right? So it's
Yeah.
you got to do this. I got to do this.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and stop the share screen. Um, and we'll go ahead and we'll take a few minutes and talk about tire saving here in a little bit. So I just need to be able to set that lobby up. But while I'm doing that and setting that lobby up, um, so here's something that I wanted to get into while I get this going. So tell me about your weekly routine. So the new dailies show up.
Mm-hmm.
When do you find out about the dailies, and then how do you prepare for them?
I find out about the dailies on Monday morning, like you do by watching the streams.
Ah,
Right?
yes. Mm-hmm.
I'll be following the folks in Europe, either Rory or Digit or whomever is racing at that time, just to see the dailies, what they are, and get a glimpse of the race line breaking points, how they're doing what they magically do, because those
Okay.
guys are fast. Right, coming end of the day after work, I'll do some time trialing, and if time allows, I will race once or twice. It's usually all that I have time for. Right.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. So
And so it's usually one day dedicated to B and one day dedicated to C. And then I see
which one you
which one I
like?
like the most. I have more affinity with, and keep playing it for some time.
So how much time then do you spend time trialing?
Uh, would be about
Okay.
an hour or so in terms of watching the replays, watching the goals, getting a feel for the track, trying it out, and getting frustrated because I'm not fast enough. Then trying to get fast and crashing, and then trying to get fast and getting better at it takes about an hour or so. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Um, Interesting. So I would suggest that here's what's really critical, I would say, at this juncture in your journey. And you can start looking for the lobby here shortly as well. It's coming up.
Don't say time trial less and race more.
No, I'm not actually going to say that. I'm going to say time trial more, actually.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yes. So
Okay.
so I want you to have a new objective every week. Oh nuts. This I put hang on. I gotta exit out of this one. Sorry, I left the amount of players too many. Ah, hate that. I'm gonna have a whole bunch of people show up in here, and they're gonna be like, "What is this?" So I really need you to have an objective of getting a time that gets you in the top half of the grid. So like
Mm-hmm.
top eight, seventh place or better is kind of what you're trying to go for there. Um,
Yeah, that's probably when I'm comfortable jumping on the racetrack as well.
okay, so
Yeah.
that's pretty critical, just in the sense that um, it's gonna two things are gonna result. There's a two-pronged purpose for that. One, it's getting you higher up in the grid, so you have a slightly better chance of um, finishing higher, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the second reason for that is it's going to take you more time to get that time, likely, which is excellent practice for you to getting comfortable with that. So that's the reason behind that as well. And I really think that will be very key. So if that takes you longer some days than others, or some weeks than others, it's worth it to me. What now? The other thing about that though is that it's not a the benefit is you're going to be practicing at that level, but as you continue to make that your goal, a really cool thing is going to happen. Are you ready for this? This is good news. Okay?
Hit me.
You are going to get those times quicker. It's not going to take as long. So what, as you start doing it now, maybe it takes you an hour and a half or 2 hours, whatever, to get that time that you're looking for, right?
Mm-hmm.
As you make that a part of your routine, that time is going to drop. So let me give you an example from my own experience. It used to take me forever to get that kind of time. It was excruciating. But when I finally got there, it's Wednesday or Thursday, and then I'm finally ready. Some weeks now, Seregone, I can get it in half an hour on Monday and be super competitive immediately.
Oh, that's just you showing off, though.
No, but that happened not by accident, is what
Yes,
is my point.
I can get it.
Yeah, my point is that's oh my goodness, who is this guy? Who is this? How does this happen? Yeah, I'm kicking this guy out. Get in here, Seregone. I'm sorry, DeMills96, but you are not welcome here.
Yeah, I'm jumping in.
Okay. Did I filter the right type of car? Let me see. I might not have done that part.
That's fine. It's just group 2, right?
It should be group 2. Yeah. So go ahead and throw on the NSX once I reset it here. Yeah, so it's a routine. It can be a drag some weeks, but I think it's a routine that's well worth it because you good to see you again too, sir. The time that it takes to accomplish that is going to come down over the weeks of practice like that. So any questions about that routine? Anything that
So time trialing. Man, English is hard sometimes. I've
I
been in Canada
agree.
for 10 years and I still find it hard. No, so time trialing a little bit more on Monday until I get to a position that is kind of at least midway through the grid. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I also practice my braking inputs quite a bit, just knowing exactly how much pressure I need for 100%, 75, 50, 25, which helps with trail braking, especially that initial portion. Those 25%, as you were saying, are very, very critical.
Yes.
So I don't drop too fast. So I do that quite a bit, and then time, it was just following the goals to see the line. So those are the things that I do usually on Monday.
Okay. Good.
And I try to get in now.
Yeah, I think I got it. I think I got it right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. I don't want to leave this topic too soon, so just making sure. So we got basically so far what we've looked at is watch your wasted coasting, like G said. I think that's a great way to say it. Watch out for wasted coasting, especially in the more powerful cars. There is more reason for coasting, I would say, in Group 4 cars with less power. That seems to be the case. But as you get to higher and higher powered cars, higher downforce cars, the purpose for coasting is not there. And yeah, make sure, like Jesus mentioning too, make sure you're not setting your brake point too early.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure that fiddle with that in some corners. Let's see what happens if I brake 10 or 20 meters later here. Let's see if that makes any difference, and it very well could in many occasions. So
yeah, I can see how that will force me to change the braking, the braking pattern, right?
Yeah.
Just how fast or how slow I trail brake,
right,
just so I can correct and get into the proper racing line. So yeah,
right.
Thanks, G. I appreciate that.
Yep, it's good. And yeah, remember, again, hard to execute, but remember what you're going for is a deceleration all the way to the point of where you want to start accelerating. That's the perfect world, right? So sometimes I think what we were seeing especially while we were doing the share screen, is decelerating, trail braking, but then coming off the brake, and then still having to wait for the car to turn. That period of waiting for the car to turn, that's where your tenths are going, if that makes sense. Yep. Cool. Okay, so Siri also approached me about talking about how to save tires.
Right.
We don't have time to like do a full demonstration of this, because what would be really cool would be to compare and contrast our tire wear. I actually have tire wear off for right now, but what I want to go over is just how to do it, okay? So let's go ahead and hop on track together. I have picked this track for a few reasons. One, it's one of the dailies at the moment, and I did happen to win a race earlier this week on Tuesday just by because he was faster than me, but I saved my tires better than him. If you guys missed it, I actually pitted 1 lap earlier than this guy did, and I had better tire wear than the dude by the end of the race. I ended up beating him. So let's park it right here for a second, Siri. So let's just go over some fundamentals. One of the easiest ways to save tires in this game is your use of
it's to use a harder compound according to G.
G, yeah, I like it, G. Great. Thank you for that, sir. Thank you. Is brake balance. So that's a simple thing that you can do is brake balance. So brake balance can be used for 2 reasons. One is to help you with rotation of the car or race pace in general. You can be faster based on that, but sometimes in a race, the brake balance and tire saving will actually coincide, so that if you do one for rotation of the car, it'll actually save the tires also. Really what that depends on is what type of drivetrain do you have, or not drivetrain, but what type of situation do you have? Are you in an MR car? Are you in an FR car? So typically with an FR car, for example, the fronts wear much quicker because of the weight of the engine in the front of the car. So typically the way to save tires with brake balance in a front engine car is throw the brake balance all the way to the rear, and that's making the rear tires work harder for braking, and the front tires don't have to work quite as hard. So that's one way to do it. For example, in the race that I'm about to do for NRL, it is a Group 1 car, which has a mid-engine, and because of how the turns are going, the rear tires wear faster than the fronts. So I actually have to put the brake balance to the front a little bit to compensate for that, and I really need my tires to last, so I'm definitely going to be doing that. For quali, I'll be doing something different, because I don't care about saving the tires. I don't need to, right? So that's part of the strategy there.
Makes a whole lot of sense.
Yep. So that's that. But that's only half of the deal. So check this out, okay? So I think, Siri, you mentioned that when we were on track together for some laps with lead, you noticed about the tire saving then, right? Maybe explain to the folks what you saw there.
Yeah, exactly. I think last week or a couple of weeks ago, we had a session with you on track with tire saving with lead. And I was doing, like, we're both on the NSX, Watkins Glen, which we both know fairly well, aside from the little tenth differences here and there.
Yeah.
And by the end of the race, you had twice as much tire thread, if I can say so myself, or something like that.
Yeah.
Than I did. It was just, and I couldn't understand why, because I was trying to save my tires. I had my brake balance the way you said it.
Okay.
Right, just trying to save it, but still, it was different, right?
Yeah.
And it's probably on the way you're handling the car, on how you're approaching the corners and making the tires not screech so much. But even though I was trying to do that, the difference was so big
Yeah.
that it's like, what am I doing?
Yeah.
Yes, at the end of the race, I was just asking, what am I doing that's so different?
Right. Right. Okay. So let's try and investigate that a little bit. So the Group 2 cars that we're in right now, they are tire shredders because of the downforce. The high speed turns. Now here's because of the downforce, you can overturn the wheel and make corners because of the downforce. But what happens is it murders the tires when you do that. That is not as pronounced in a Group 4 car or a Group 3, but it still exists. It's still true. And, you know, we were doing longer laps, longer races. I think we had many laps in those races that we were doing in the lobbies. So the effect over time, plus I had the tire multiplier at like ×6 or something like that. So the long-term effect, even on a car with not as much downforce, is proper. So I want to do this really slow. And what happens for folks is it's very simple, actually. So let's look at this line right here. This is a narrower line than you need to be doing. And right here is when folks would probably start to get on the throttle, and they're turning the wheel too much to the left in order to make this corner. They know they need to be to the left to set up for the right-hand turner coming up, because you need to sacrifice speed here to get that. But they're overturning this car right here. Again, right here, what happens here is they enter, and maybe they enter a little bit too narrow. Even this is a little bit too narrow, not by a lot, but it's a little too narrow. And now they want to get on the throttle. And they get on the throttle, and they are, in some cases, okay, you see the red dot that is the tire, the wheel indicator of how far you're turning. What happens is they are maximizing the wheel in order to make the corner. This is sacrificing the tires on the altar, is what's taking place, okay? That is the main thing that is murdering people's tires, is overturning on exits. Okay, so what I'd like to do is go ahead and, if you wouldn't mind hopping into the pit, I'm going to share screen with you, okay?
Yeah.
Hang on, just got to do the right thing here. All right, should be sent to you.
All right, you're full screen.
Okay, let me get back to the beginning here. Okay, so I'm gonna go full blast here, okay? These corners don't matter too much as far as tire saving goes, because but I'm gonna do some laps by overturning. Oops.
The screeching.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Now again, it's amplified with this type of car. So I'm gonna get on the throttle now. I'm not gonna care about the fronts. Oops, actually oversteered there. Let's do it here. It's actually hard for me to do it wrong, I'm finding, actually, because I'm so used to doing it right. But so no matter what type of car it is, it appears that in most cases you end up overturning the wheel more than you need to actually make the turn. That's another factor here as well. So if you, especially in this section right here, people are scared to go wide.
Right.
And because of their fear to go wide, they don't want to lighten up on the steering angle. So right there, even on that turn, it could have been It could have even been turned more unnecessarily. Let's try this again, see if I can do it wrong better this time. I'm gonna narrow this. Okay, yeah, I definitely overturned there. See, I didn't need to be that tight there at all.
Right, so the fear of not making the corner probably make us overturn.
Yeah.
Right, and just hold on to that position and applying the throttle like a maniac. And then tire goes to waste.
Yes. I really think that's the case. See if I can do it wrong here. Yeah, I'm not doing a very good job of doing it wrong. But I think we're trying to get the idea here of just turning too much. You can hear the screeching of the tires.
Right. It also comes with not hitting the proper braking points, right? If you
yes it
brake
does
a little bit too late, you try to overcompensate, and one thing has to suffer, either your speed or your tires, or both.
Yes. And so here's the other factor too, is sometimes people think, well, you got to drive slower in order to save tires, and that's not always the case. Sometimes it is, I'll grant that. But so let me talk about proper entrance. So if I have a proper entrance to this corner here, I go way out wide and I come in, right? Now I don't have to turn as much to make the corner because of my wider entrance. Same here. If I'm over here and I take a good entrance, I've already straightened the car more than a narrow entrance. I don't have to turn as much. Plus, if I'm not afraid of going too wide, in this particular instance, you're able to go out here with no pen, then take it. Because if you watch the steering there, so the happy place I've noticed for turning a vehicle on exit is right about maximum here. If you have properly aligned your car for a corner, you shouldn't necessarily have to turn more than what I've done right there, unless it's a very slow hairpin, like the turn 2 of this track, for example. But on the faster turns, you really shouldn't have to turn more than that. If you on exit are constantly doing this to try and make the corner, two things: you are sacrificing your fronts, and the second is you're actually having a slower exit because of the understeer that's being induced. So that's why you're slower as well. So I have this question for you. We are coming to the end of our time here, Seregone, but I have this question for you. What does your wheel tell you as far as feedback is concerned when there is understeer? What is it doing?
It vibrates nice and loudly.
Nice. I like it. So does mine quite a bit, actually. Okay.
Yeah, I like that feature.
So you have two things, you have two senses that you can use to discover understeer for your vehicle. Okay? One is the screeching of the tires, but that's not always possible to hear very well, especially, you can even turn it up. You can turn that up, and which I have, but when I do find still when there's other cars around me that I can't always tell what's my tires and what's their tires, right? So the other thing that you're being told is through feel in your wheel. When you are, understeer when entering, you can kind of compensate for that and get that off there. But listen, the lack of the understeer on exit is a huge no-no. That's what I've come to. I want no understeer on exit. That's my objective. And so if you're feeling all that vibration in your wheel, then it is a sure sign that you're definitely taking the corner either you're not entering it properly, and that's forcing you to oversteer, or you are entering it properly, but oversteering the wheel is just so ingrained that you're doing it automatically, you know? Does that make sense? Does any of that help at all, or?
It does. It does. I really like the point you were making about the sweet spot for turning the car in terms of how much wheel input you give.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's less than I was probably gonna say.
Okay.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
But it does make sense.
Let me try to do, as best I can, a lap or so of the way that I would take this course. So, coming in here, making sure I get a nice wide entrance, exit in fourth, and I'm not afraid to go out there. That actually allows me to carry the speed and gives me plenty of room still to not overcook the tires there. Again, here, not afraid to go out there. I'm not even overturning here. I want to be smooth as possible. Use the curbing, use everything that you got, right? Banky boy's tough, big braking zone. Will be a little bit of extra turning there, but as soon as I can widen that, I will, if that makes sense. Right here, this is good example here. Back up to fourth. Coast through there third to get it in. Okay.
Nice and smooth.
All right, let's do it one more time. As soon as I can, I needed to turn a little bit more to get it in there, but as soon as I can lessen that steering angle, I do. Okay, we got tight corners here, so yeah, we got to turn a lot. Okay, let's try and do it one more time around like this. Barely a screech through that part, right? Barely a screech, and I guarantee you, most of my competition is shredding their fronts there.
I'll include myself in that category.
Yeah, sure. Oh dear. Okay. Yeah, I hate that part. If you get that wrong, it's really bad. Okay.
Yeah, I can barely hear your tires. It's
Yep.
amazing.
And that's by design. Don't need fourth there. That was the wrong gear, but whatever. Yeah, so yeah, brake balance is a huge aspect to it. There's no doubt about that can aid you. But if you really need to save tires, that's not the only thing you need to be doing. Definitely want to be doing more than that. Now, I will say that if I'm setting a lap time here, you know, I'm trying to get the best time I possibly can, I'm not going to worry about that as much, you know?
Right.
But right there, that is pretty much exactly how I would approach the race itself with tire wear on.
Yeah, it makes complete sense.
Yeah. So
It would be smoother throughout the race without sacrificing the pace too much because you're still hitting the right braking markers, the exits, the entries, right? But
Yeah.
the saving tires is so big that even allowed you to win that race just because
on
of
Tuesday.
That, right?
Yeah, it did. It totally was. Really quick, gotta say hi to HD Rider. Good to see you, friend. Had a problem with understeer due to oversteer. Yeah. Auto sensitivity S. I might be missing what you're saying there, friend, but smaller inputs for sure. Yeah, definitely. Appreciate you guys. Captain Howdy, good to see you. Oh, you just had an amazing manual race. Awesome. Good to have that. Well, we got to transition now to getting ready for the NRL. That is quickly approaching now. Seregone, you were a fantastic guest. I appreciate you so much for coming on. I can't thank you enough, but it was just a great time to be on track with you.
Thanks, man. Happy to be here. This was a blast.
Yeah.
It was not as nerve-wracking as I thought it would be,
Good.
and mostly because of you. You do a very good job in keeping your guests nice and it's stress-free. You know,
I'm trying for
I
sure.
was
Yeah.
honestly worried about racing today, but having you as the chief in staff, the chief
Uh-huh.
pulpit, well, whatever you use there in terms of
The
terminology,
crew chief,
that,
yeah.
crew chief. That was very good. That was very nice. You can do that as many times as you want. So every time I race, I'll ping you, and if
Okay.
you want to jump in,
Sounds good. I mean, I can do it from my
uh,
phone. I can do it from my phone too at some point. So,
yeah, that's very fun, and I appreciate everybody in the chat for giving comments, and you know, it was nice having everybody cheering for me. So I appreciate that.
yeah, it's something. And hopefully, once again, I think you have gotten a few more subscribers today. But again, if you haven't subbed to Seregone, he does have a channel and he does stream. He's trying to build it over there. There is the link to his channel right at the top of chat at the moment.
Please come.
Yep.
Please, let's hang out. It's more about hanging out than anything else, and I appreciate everybody's input as I race.
Yes, excellent. For sure, for
Come
sure.
and say hi.
Indeed. Okay. Well, that's gonna do it for me, Seregone. I gotta transition here and get all set up. So
Get your practice in, man.
Yep.
I appreciate all the help.
You're
and
welcome.
We catch up on the next time.
Good luck out there. And one thing I want to tell you too before we go, you keep at this. I see A plus coming, dude. I really do. Phil Nis said the same thing earlier that I forgot to mention, but I think you got it. It's happening. It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of you getting comfy, bud. Really is.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, friend. Okay. Well, we will see you in a chat soon, in a lobby, in a track soon. I'm sure. We'll see you, friend.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. All right. Gotta leave that. Okay, couple things, friends. My headset is telling me that it is dying, so I'm gonna take the headset off for a second. Bear with me. Yes. Gotta let that charge. The other thing I'm gonna do is take a little break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Let that charge for a bit. We are gonna have Octia be oops, that's not the right one. We're gonna have Octia be crew chief today as well, so you'll be able to hear him. And yeah, give me a little bit. So we're gonna give that time to charge. Give me time to do my thing, and then we'll get set up here for that. Yeah, go ahead and hash it out there. Gee, I need to go take a break, and but we'll get all that squared away here soon. I'll be back in a little while. We are back. Getting lots of things set up here. Oops. Sure I can see you folks. Let's see what I can catch up here on. All right, what does G say here? Rain for 17 laps, Powder Noof. That's nuts, dude. Okay. Yep, thank you all. I'm here, G. Hey, I'm gonna say tree, mid, exit. Yeah, good, G, good. Won't be destroying the tires, and you'll find the steering wheel becomes more and more. Yep, okay. Right. How the heck is the car turning so much without me turning so much? Excellent. Good, good, good. And that just takes practice to get used to that. Okay, game. Need to change cars. Thank you. Yeah, they feel like that all the time. Yes, that is it. That is it. I want to get better exit that goes ahead of it. Are you sure you're getting a better exit there, Viking, or you think a better entrance? What should we do next, Led? Oh, let's do some NRL. What do you say? Okay, Zamora, appreciate your friend. Hopefully you have a good time at work. All right, let me see if I can find anybody on just to race a little bit. I gotta let my headset will this reach? Oh, it's just a little bit. Yeah, if I could race like this. Probably not gonna do that. Oh, we'll test real quick. Is that, do you hear me okay, Octia? Just as a quick test? Okay, I hear you too. All right, I'll be back in a little bit. Probably give this another, if I take it, let it go to 1240 or something like that. Meter, the guest Discord meter? Yeah, you're silent right now, but yeah. Yep, okay. I just gotta remember to turn that on so everybody else can hear you. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. All right. Sounds good, Siri. Appreciate it, friend. Yeah. That works. Lurk away, sir. Lurk away. All right, Slick's got one open. We'll go ahead and just get some practice laps in. Yeah, I'll chat soon for sure. There's a nice PHG lobby right here. I'm gonna throw these gloves on now because this Group 1 car, quite a lot to handle. Dude, I didn't even look. We're at 45 likes. That's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. We like that. Game audio should be on for you guys, at least, even if I can't hear it. Oh, I need to buy the tires for this one. I've been practicing on my lead pencil account because I actually have this track on that account, but on this account I don't have it. Many tracks I don't have opened yet, so. Well, fine. I'm gonna do this real silent like here. Just gonna do it without any sound. Nice and unnerving. So we've been waiting 2 weeks for this one. quite the long time. For sure. But that has meant a lot of time for practice. And we have been practicing. There you go. Sorry about that. Time for Destruction Derby. I hope not, but the first chicane, so it's a grid start, right? Grid start. And, oh my goodness, grid start. And the first chicane is gonna be madness. Could be really bad. If we can survive the first chicane, might not be a miracle, but might be good. Yeah, so I've been fiddling with it. There are definitely parts where I am actually double shifting now. Like right there, I'm double shifting. And actually here on the straight, especially if I have someone slip, I double shift here now. And by doing that, I get about 2 more miles per hour around the corner just by doing that. Yeah, G. Yep. It is very strange. Fourth gear is an option out of here, but I feel like the car is more stable if I keep it in third. And then right here, I'll go ahead and double shift to fifth. Upshift to fourth there. Well, I really didn't need what's it called? Didn't need first gear there. It should be Naughty Racing League. Let me see. I've found it before, but it's probably not up yet, honestly. They usually turn the channel on at 12:45, 15 minutes beforehand. $23 laps, G, 23. Yeah, it's not super long. If we get damage, it'll feel long. Hobby's good. It's too late for braking. Too late. That's been the real key, I think, for consistency, is getting that braking point correct. dear. Yes, it's going to be softs, G, unless we get damage early. But one of the things we have to do is Octia is going to calculate our if we get damage, he's going to calculate our pace with damage and see what's worth it, basically. So that's going to be the objective there. Don't really have any data with damage. Yeah, for sure, Octia, for sure. Yeah, so if we get damage like lap 9, I'm pretty sure it's totally worth it to just do those 2 laps with the damage and then pit lap 11 like we're planning on. Shouldn't be that detrimental to us. But I think the biggest chance for damage is... Ooh, that was bad. The biggest chance for damage is the early laps. Evacuate. Evacuate. I love that word. That is excellent. And thank you for the terminology, wasted coasting. That was the phrase I was looking for and couldn't figure out. If you get pushed a bit and cut the chicane. Sometimes no. I've noticed that chicane is very forgiving when it comes to the penalties there. Yeah, I will definitely go off the track if I feel it's necessary. There are those big blockades there, but yeah. Yeah, for sure. The damage is like the #1 enemy. So we do need to avoid that pretty much at all costs. Okay, ads, thank you for stopping by anyway. You're a stud yourself, man. Appreciate you. Waiting. Oh, excuse me. Waiting a little bit more on this headset. Give it some more time to charge back up. Sounds good, ads. Yep. Awesome. Good old Chris Wood. Elias Bengo. I think that's how you say that. You gotta say the Bengo. Oh, Parquet, good luck to you too, bud. It's gonna be quite the event here. Oh, we're just shy of 50 burger. Nice. Okay, sounds good, Octia. Claim the inside for your first right-hander. Uh-huh. Claim the inside for the first right-hander. Okay. Yeah. For the runoff. Interesting. Okay. If I feel good about that, I will do that, G. Yeah. All right. Good amount of time. Let's bring Octia in here. Make sure everybody can hear him. Whenever you're ready, say hi there, Octia.
Greetings.
Man, very clear. This is great. Great quality.
Cool.
Hey, Slick, thank you. You too. Good luck out there. Let's try to avoid the first chicane shenanigans, huh? That's going to be the key, I think. Everybody else here, Octia, okay? Giving me a thumbs up or something in chat. Make sure everything's working good.
I'm talking. This is a way better situation I have here. Last time I had to wear 2 different headsets to hear everything.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. You're on the inside for that chicane. Yeah, I'll see how other people position themselves. It'll be a you know, it'll be how that really plans out, I think, is key. So
Remember to watch the curb.
yeah, that thing
Curb is deadly.
bounces the car like crazy. All right, Slick, sounds good. All right, we get thumbs up. I think Chris hears you, so I think we're good.
Yay.
So, in case you'd missed it, Octia, my son, is going to play crew chief for today. Kind of like he did at the final last time. Right now, I am using a ghost that matches my best time. I beat that ghost. Oh.
Is there an offset?
Have you offset that ghost at all, Viking? Trying to think why that would be. He's a bit louder than you? Okay. I can take the gain down.
Usually that would be my job.
Filters.
I'm up here, so.
And we use the arrows because it's very sensitive. All right, we'll try that. See if that's any better.
Okay.
If anything, he's a little loud. Okay.
Yeah. Makes sense. We haven't used Discord in a while.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna do that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
That is like 50% of the reason why I'm here. Help keep you focused. Is this NRL Season 5?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, I found the street. Going live at 1?
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I agree with you, G. First sets of corners are going to be so huge. Really are. And even more so if I manage to botch up quali and I don't start high in the grid, then it's even worse. But we'll see.
Do your best.
Nice to hear the car again. I need to grab my phone, make sure I'm not missing any messages here in the Discord.
Can I get my own voice of? Know how to change that?
Maybe, but let me answer this here. Cool arrow. Okay. No, I don't know how to do that. No,
It's fine.
I'm not sure how to do that. Okay. What else here? That's for next.
Yes, yes, G, and if they have, I've done it more.
Well, I will say, when I was watching some other folks do it, they seem to be short shifting too. So I don't know if they're shifting as shortly as I am. That can be hard to say. But oh yes, I should put my stream here. They have a Discord channel or a streaming Discord channel now on. Let's see. Nice. All right, let's close all of that so we don't tax the system too much. Hey there, Ace. Okay, Chris, sounds good. Good to see you, Ace. I haven't watched your races yet from yesterday, so I don't even know how you did or how it went. Oh goodness, no time for yawning. More coffee. Kind of want this up still for when I know the lobby's open. P1, okay. All right, sounds good, Ace. Look forward to it. I'll message you after I see it. All right, I think the main lobby is open. Appreciate it, bud. Should be a good one. Try to avoid the damage. That's the key part there. You know, as I think about it, we got so lucky, especially in that first race last year, to avoid damage. Like, that was almost impossibility. I heard about the rain. I think I've barely driven this thing, but I'm going to do an oil change anyway. Thanks, Richie. Appreciate it, bud. Thank you so much. Hopefully this race goes how we want it to. We only have 8 points right now in the NRL. That's not enough. Not going to cut it. We definitely need some higher finishes if we want to make the final.
What'd you get last time?
In the last race?
Yeah.
I finished, what, 6th, and I got 8 points, I think. Yeah, 8 points.
What did first get?
25.
Oh, wow. That's a big gap.
Yeah. The top 3 finishers get the highest amount of points. Podiums really get the what's it called?
Boost.
Yeah, sure. Oh, is that a 50 burger? Hello. Nice, Viking. No kidding, Ace. Yeah, because damage was heavy, right? People didn't want to kill themselves. Thank you for the 50 likes, everyone. There it is. That's the real one. Oh, and Samo is the 50th like. Appreciate it, friend. So for anyone just joining, we are about to start up the NRL Round 2. This is a league race, if you're not familiar with it. Naughty Racing League. It's kind of a big deal. And do I have everything else how I want it? I do. I will enter. I will go. All right, now we get some serious practice laps in. The race, qualifying for the race will start in 9 minutes there, Viking Racer. Kind of a big deal, yeah. I mean, there's live commentary. People are paid to commentate the race. Yeah, and one of the commentators is a British guy, which makes it like 50% more official. Isn't that right, G? Thanks, Sheldon. Appreciate it, bud.
Not that many losers, but yeah.
Give me the Lightning McQueen quotes anytime, for sure.
Yeah. It's morale.
In all my life. You made me shift bad. Okay, there we go. I feel like it does. He does a great job too. Flawed Genius is his name, at least his handle in YouTube. It's great.
And slightly the same.
Yeah, little touch towards the north than it's been, but yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so I didn't really hear much in the driver meeting, but you are in the right car, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay, just making sure.
There is another Audi. I think that's why an Audi Group 1 car. That's why he's mentioning that. could be
Okay.
confused, I guess.
About 6 minutes.
Have you found the commentary actually yet, or no?
Yes.
Okay. Is it on Naughty Racing League channel? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to learn, I need to feel the limits of the car here for sure. Not gonna hold anything back. And speaking of, I need to adjust the back balance. And that's a miss.
Watch the curb. Hey, BL found it.
Oh, thanks, BL. Oh. Hot laps, hot off the press.
It's the right link.
Sounds good, Ace. Too much of the second curve, but it was close.
Yeah. Very good experience with both. That's how I'm gonna roll. With only one headset.
Yes. Yep, this definitely qualifies as that, G, for sure.
On the broadcast, if I'm understanding you correctly.
There we go. Need to do it that way every time. This is practice. This is the right lobby, but it's practice before quali starts. Adrenalade. Nice. Yeah, which is why we'll actually have the brake balance to the front during the race. Rear is higher. I'll try to remember to check.
Temperature difference between and
Yeah.
back was astonishing.
Yeah. The back's
Not that big of a difference right now. Looked like the front was actually cooling.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that in some of our practice sessions. It was like that. Yeah. Yep, G. Thanks, G. We're trying. Lots of people on the track now. Got blue arrows all over the place. Kind of exciting.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see, G. If No Man Land is first place with a bunch of space, I'll take that No Man's Land.
It'll be very, very interesting to see other strategies there are.
Yeah.
How they're all gonna fit together in one.
I've been talking with Arrow. Arrow's going to try
Yeah.
to do mine, the same as me.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll see if other people are going to be able to make the softs last that long or not. Be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we found 12 laps was probably around the limit. Yeah. Well, you can't go longer than 13.
Need a radio filter. Yeah, make it sound a little less clear. That's a cool idea. Make it sound more official.
Sorry.
It's too perfect.
Sound too good.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Sound too good. Hopefully, me putting up that 28.6 demoralizes everyone.
Haha. Yeah. Nice. Actually, I don't know what your fastest time was. We'll find out. 1.
There we go. Don't know that the fuel will actually get this low for, I don't think it will get this low for the actual 10 minutes of quality time, but...
Yeah. Alright, broadcast just started.
Oh, nice. Ooh, big bouncy. We don't like it. Sit in the pits. Oh, wow. I'm not paying attention at all now. Before the actual run, I'm confused. I'll shut up now. Okay. That's fine. You're good, G. You're all good. Nice sunset right now. Look at the pretty clouds. Oh, burning fuel. Okay, I got you.
Oh, I get it now. Okay.
Like a Honda Civic. Tango's got some pace, it looks like.
Finance first.
Yep, that's at this point where I really can't push the tires, which is a good reminder to have right now.
Yeah.
And I haven't been during the actual races, but or practices. Qualifying, trying to do it, but it's not working. Looks like everybody has the right car. Yes, sir, indeed, Siri. Oh, you're looking... Yes, that's my overall standings at the moment. It's P6, because that's the position I got last race. Yeah. That's all that means. water.
The sheer quality of this racing is amazing. How much thought went into this, and I'm watching the broadcast. I didn't watch
Mm-hmm.
the previous one, and like this is really high quality.
Yeah, it's like right there at pro level, like professional looking and sounding. A good job. Really is.
They have sponsors.
Oh. That message is specifically for Octia. Oh, hang on, I gotta move this mic for a second. Crack my back.
It's pretty good. Can't do video, so they beat me there.
MD Hop is on VR. Pretty cool. It is kind of a lot.
Although our internet can handle it. That's
a cool shot. And a light mist there.
I have 2 YouTubes and a Discord.
A little fog. Ooh. Guess I'll hop in again. Thought it might be close to going, but not yet.
Yeah, it is close.
Okay, there it is. Starting soon, he says. Yeah.
Start ignoring chat.
It's turned a little bit foggy here. It's kind of cool.
It is.
The weather is set for random. Now, this isn't a track where rain is possible. The game doesn't allow it. But any other type
Still, the
of
track
what's that?
temperature.
Yeah, track temperature can be affected. And then, of course, clouds and apparently fog. So
Yeah.
get a little bit of fog here. Me too, Sean Z. Me too. That really is objective number 1. Thanks for stopping by and wishing me good luck, friend.
Can get out of that, we're in good shape.
Turn 1 is critical, no doubt. Okay. Real deal now. Yes, that would be critical. Brake markers here is gonna be really, really important. Oh my goodness. Okay, no more chat. Gotta ignore you for a little bit, friends. No one behind me. Nice. So I can just sort of chill, make sure I have plenty of space between me and Bandit.
Hmm. Yeah. Sit behind Bandit. Space. Plenty of room behind you.
All right, here we go. Okay. Hate that curb. Somebody just coming out of the pit.
Good, good.
Got much better. Take a narrow here. This is going to be a decent one.
Yeah. Let's go.
I see
All
you,
right,
Hop.
got about 5
I see
minutes
you, Hop.
left.
Yeah, lots of laps still. Oh, wow. I don't know if the guy on the side messed me up. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, because I have to serve this penalty, I think I will pit this lap, put some fresh softs on,
Okay.
and probably
That's
get
good.
maybe 3 good hot laps in.
Hopefully you come out behind someone.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Someone with good pace.
Yeah. Slip. Slip would be great.
Man, us top three are super close to each other. That's wild. All right, anybody coming? No, no one's coming. I think I can get it, G. I can get it. It would be nice to have the slip, but I'd rather just be comfy. Rather just be doing my thing.
Ooh.
Just an outlap,
Safe.
not a big deal. Tires are still saying, huh?
Yeah.
That was good. Good, and we get time for one more. Let's nail this corner. Boom.
Hey. You got one more. You're worth it.
Yeah, we'll take all the risks now.
Yeah. You got that lap with no slip?
They thought it was in slip? Heh. Look again, friends. I still have a chance to better it. Yep, we just mashed it, went for it. Okay. Oh, yes. Get in there, car. We got pole. I'm pretty sure. I think that's what we managed there.
Dude, you got a 27.8? That's awesome.
Thank you.
All right. I know this isn't usually where you like to be, but this is definitely the best
No,
place
it's
to be
best.
for survival.
It's best for sure. The standing start is interesting. I did fiddle with starting on second gear, but it actually, because of all the low end torque, but I think it doesn't have much there. But I think what I'm going to try and do is a first gear start, and then a short shift to second, and then we'll go from there. I'm going to be kind of a sitting duck, but I like what G is kind of saying, where but the only thing, G, is I think if I hit those barriers, I end up with damage. I really do.
Yeah.
Because I've had that happen
It's not-
before, and those barriers are there; they're not going anywhere. So I think I will defend like a madman if someone gets up there. Yeah, for sure.
You
And
just handbrake, right?
handbrake? Oh yeah. To hold it steady, yeah. But
Mhm.
but he's saying, well, I'll have TCS on 1. I'm running with TCS on 1 the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only thing can I fix the brake balance here right now? Yes, I can. That's something that I don't have to deal with early in the race then. That's good. The real deal now, huh, friends? No tire. Oh, let's double check the tires. We're on softs. Okay. Yeah, no
Not want to
tire.
make that mistake. You own hards, right?
I own hards, yeah. Yes, I did buy them.
Just,
Yep.
just remember that
They're an
that
option.
happened once.
I don't want to talk about that one. Thank you, Nervy. Appreciate it. Thanks, Horn. Appreciate it, bud. All right, here we go. Starting, friends. The nervous,
Yeah.
happy energy right now. Just for anybody who's just hopping in, Octia is with me. He's the crew chief. He's the voice you're hearing right now in my ears.
He's on the left. All right.
That guy just gave me damage. Oh. All right, let me get 2 laps in with yeah, let me get 2 laps in with some damage. Do some calculations, okay, bud? I think MD Hop got nailed. Somebody killed him.
Just keep racing.
Yep.
Once we get 3 laps.
Yeah, if I can avoid the hards, G, I really do want to, because they suck. They suck something fierce.
Do.
I can barely control the car. Yeah, the damage has to be really bad. Okay, right now, I'm only about 5-6 miles per hour slower on this part. It's no suspension damage, so that's good.
Yeah, MD Hop got hit.
Right. Plus, if I can gain some slipstream, I might be able to make up some of that.
Yeah. His rear damage, it might not have that bad of an effect.
Come here, Johnny. I need your slipstream. Yep, this is getting me my right pace here. Even more so. Whoa. Oh dear, we're not. Okay, we're all right. I got more grip there than I thought I would.
It's yeah, that's a very encouraging time.
29.4 is encouraging. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. It's not. It's not bad. We'll do one more lap.
Something's different there though. It's not feeling right. Let's see.
Okay. Need as much feedback as you can.
Yeah.
As if we. G says, chill and build up again.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like this could work still. I just need to get the feel for the car with the way it feels now. It does feel a little different in turns.
Yeah. Right.
This will be slower. Yeah, I did. I saw him fly. The way he flew into there, Shawnzy, I totally knew he got hit. And then Octia confirmed it by looking at it all. Oh, hello.
It's just what the commentator said.
Yeah.
No chat.
And now the traffic's gonna slow me down a little bit. I lose a bit of downforce in that part. I have to take that a lot slower. Thank you, Ace.
Not bad enough. Stay on softs.
Stay on sauce, we say?
Stay on softs.
Yeah.
Honestly, it needs to be really bad. Now that I think about it. Must be more than 2 seconds.
Yeah.
We're still in the basically a fast, hard range. That's
Right.
your times.
Give me your slip, Spawn.
Hmm. Yeah. It says still lots of race left. Pick up points. That's exactly right.
Yep.
There's loads more to go. There's everybody's pit.
I might pit lap
You-
10, end of lap 10 instead of 11. I feel like I could do that comfortably.
Okay.
Just
I'll
to
plug
get
that in.
one lap. Yeah, plug that in. Spawn has
Oh.
no
Yes,
damage.
do that.
Okay.
I didn't really think of that. I would make you go 13 laps on softs.
Yeah.
Instant.
I'm okay. I think I can do
Okay.
it. Sorry, Spawn. Didn't really mean to do that. Oh, that's a bummer. I never touched him.
Yeah. It's forward.
They like it. Okay. That's good. Bet they like it. Pip, you rock, sir. You absolutely rock. Okay, never mind. What was that?
He maybe
Maybe he just went wide by
Like-
mistake.
thought of going outside. Good save, good save.
I want my position back. Yeah, I kind of did. All right. Yeah, I really do.
Yes,
You're right, G.
very careful. Focus.
Yeah, especially now with the way where the tires are.
Yes.
It is our first 31.
Yeah, it's not great.
No, mediums aren't an option, G.
Yeah.
Oh, did it reset him? Oh, goodness.
Lot of chaos.
I did what I could to avoid him. Really did. People are braking earlier there than I am. I think that's part of the issue. It's happened to me twice now. Way earlier, I think.
Yeah, it did reset him.
Bummer.
Yeah.
He's still right there, but though he's got Johnny Boy on him now.
Oh, no extra damage though.
Okay, good. So Octia, this should be 2 or 3 seconds of damage, I think. Just so you're aware.
Cool. You are slowing up.
That's because of that turn there. Yeah,
Okay.
that's why getting in the pit 1 lap earlier, I think, is worth it.
Yeah. I completely agree. If you can go the less time with damage, the better.
Yeah, if I could go now, I would. I just don't feel confident with that, so.
Don't do that.
Something else. Should check fuel because of all this damage. Is that enough? Yeah, it's plenty. Never mind.
Yeah, you're good.
Alright, I'm probably gonna get caught here.
Okay. Just stay on track. Don't make the mistake.
I'm gonna brake way early.
Yes.
Not too early though, because I do have someone behind me.
I like it. It's a little shaky.
Medium's not an option, G. Not an option. Can't do it.
Won't read chat. I am your personal chat manager.
Okay, 3 seconds of damage. Get me out there, boys. Get me out there.
Go. 21 seconds. You good?
So I am, right now to the leader, I'm about 2 pit stops worth behind him.
Yeah. You got fresh offs, no damage, no fuel.
We're gonna put in some safe but fast laps is my plan.
Yes. Yes. Exactly. Remember though, everyone's going to pit.
Horner Plenty just went in. Oh, he's in third. Nice. Slick's going in now.
Hmm?
Spawn's going on to hards.
It's going on to hards?
Yeah, a lot of
Oh.
people aren't going to be able to extend the softs.
Okay, well that gives you a very big advantage.
All right,
Just
back-
save your softs.
Back up in sixth now with that round of pit stops.
It's probably all the pits we're going to see.
Bandit didn't pit yet.
Maybe next lap.
Leaders didn't pit.
You know, a couple guys in the front are on hards.
Really? Going for the no stop. Maybe. Oh no, Bandit's going in now.
Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, they're talking about guys behind you. We're on the hards.
Okay. Bandit and Pango definitely went back on the hards. Or softs, rather.
You're asking what compound Pango's on?
And Bandit. Yeah, did they go onto the softs again?
I
Nice.
didn't see it.
Could be undercutting these two.
We'll
I
find
am.
it.
Yes. Okay. Good, good, good. I've lost confidence in that chicane. Kurt, you idiot.
Yeah, 4-place energy. Let's go.
Yeah, Luis, I got my son in my ear, and you guys can hear him too. Pretty fun, huh?
I wish you would listen to me about chat, though.
I can understand that. There are, to my defense, there are a lot of straights in this track.
I don't care.
Okay.
Hey. Okay. I almost have. They're on. These times are looking good.
This one should be a lot better. I went purple that sector.
Let's go. Hopefully you hold that.
We'll see. I don't know if I can duplicate
Points for
that.
fastest lap, right?
Oh, the points for fastest lap. Yeah, 1 extra point for fastest lap.
Fine, as long as you live around there, it's great. Yeah. All right. Shoot for P3.
Yep. And the other
That
chips.
looks most feasible.
Yeah, the other chips fall where they fall.
Yeah. Who knows what will happen? Just stay consistent.
Yep, exactly. We're reeling Horn in.
He says, work with Horn of Plenty, don't just rush past.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's
That's a
good
very
chance.
good point.
There's a good chance he
Because-
just lets me go be in PHG. We'll see what happens.
If you can work together, then definitely do it, because there's not really any chance of 1 and 2 getting caught one man alone. You're just too far ahead.
Almost a pen. It was a pen. Ooh, 1 second. Okay. Warren taking a rough line there. Tough pen there, but what can we do? Try and stay in those low 28s range again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, look at this with the low fuel. I just topped out. I just touched 190. And quit the league. Ooh, almost a 27.
Let's go.
All right, we got some slip from Horn now. Did I just see?
Yeah.
There might be a back marker up ahead. I just saw another car in the distance. Oh, I just took a bunch at a time out of Bandit. 17-8 now. I don't know if something happened to him.
The commentators aren't on him right now.
Sure.
In good shape, though. Perfect.
I'll try to pull you around, Horn.
Hmm.
It's the worst I've taken that in a while. Okay, Pango is 10 seconds ahead. I don't think that's him that I can see. I think it's someone else. I gotta watch the tires now. This is when they're gonna start to get a little sketch.
Yes, be very careful. There's a 7-second gap between P1 and 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's somebody in between you.
Yeah, I think that's who I'm seeing right now. The leaders are running into traffic. Okay. That means we're not too far from running into that same traffic.
So, careful.
Thinking curb.
Watch the curb. Good, good. At least one car of traffic.
Yeah, it's a fight now. It's a fight.
Just keep it steady.
Yeah.
Don't.
I want to push, but I really can't.
Don't. You're good. You got 3
Oh,
seconds of
Spawn took
buffer.
the fastest lap from me.
Oh. Okay. Just focus on staying stable.
Yeah. Whatever else happens, happens.
Yeah. Just drive.
Yeah. Got you, G. Thank you.
Don't push. Watch the curb.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Yeah, tire wear's starting to hit everyone.
Okay. I think Pango too. I keep taking chunks out of him. Oh, Hornet Plenty lost a bunch of positions. Nuts. He's having a good race.
Focus.
I think that's him now. I think I see him. 3-second penalty ahead of me? Question mark.
Sure. Careful.
Basel.
You go. You go.
Not anymore, G. He's gone. Final lap. Okay.
Don't push.
No, I'm lost. Well, I didn't push. I hit the brakes instead. My brain.
And you got one more lap to go. You got 11 seconds.
What does that
You
mean?
can be very conservative and be fine.
Oh, behind me you're talking about. An 11-second lead behind me. Yeah, I have to. Ooh.
Yes, yes. 11 seconds or 10 seconds of buffer.
Yes, I'm really feeling it now. Wow. That's that pitting one lap earlier affecting us, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Let's bring it home.
Times are good. More.
Back from the ashes, friends, for a podium.
Let's go.
Not bad. Not bad. We made everything we could out of that one, I think.
Yeah. Third is remarkable from what you had to deal with.
And I get an interview.
Yeah. You can do that from computer.
I can do it from my phone too, right?
Okay, that would work. That means you don't have to touch anything.
Yeah, I totally agree
Oh.
there. Gee, it was mine, but this is real racing, right? This is how it rolls.
Yeah. The commentators were saying that they thought being the front of the pack, first lap was not a good place to be because of that chicane.
Well, if someone hadn't murdered MD Hop,
Yeah.
it might have turned out differently, you know, because he came. I'll have to rewatch it. I'll say replay and all
Yeah.
that, but that made me slow up because of him getting sent out like that, and then me slowing up on the exit. I think the person behind me didn't adjust to that, and that's why he slammed into me. Whoever that was, we'll rewatch it here later on. But nice P5 by Santa Miguel. Or is that? Oh no, these aren't the results. Just the results. There we go.
Save the replay, right?
I did. Oh, and I need to save past gameplay. It's on stream also, so I think I'd probably point someone to that. Where did He's not. Wait, I
Oh
can look at the
man,
result.
something must have happened to him.
To who?
Plenty.
Yeah. Why can't
Bummer.
they move this? Huh. Oh, next is what I gotta do. Where did? Oh, Old Man Pip finished 5th. Okay, he's the dude that I ended up touching. Heck of that's funky because I thought we saw Spawn go onto the hards. Did he really do a 27.9 with the hards?
No.
I don't know. I got to be ready though. I think
Not.
because
Yeah. That's not realistic.
where do I gotta be? I forget. I should know this.
Unstarted on the hards.
Oh, okay. He started on the hards and on the soft.
I'm not sure if he switched.
I need to get out of this now.
I know he started on the hards.
Where is? Where do I gotta be? Is it broadcasting? It might be broadcasting. Are they waiting for me on there? Yeah.
They're ready for interviews. We're doing Bandit first.
Okay. Cool to hear Bandit. I've not heard Bandit before.
Yeah. Yeah, Spawn did switch over to hard, or sorry, softs.
Okay.
That's what happened.
Thank you, Ace. We'll take a look at this replay while we wait for my turn. I thought I'd be first. Normally they do third first, but maybe because I was late.
Yeah.
Oh, parquet. Oh, no.
It was 3?
I was clear. Look how clear I was. I was so clear. I mean, look at this positioning.
And
It's perfect. I mean, I couldn't have done anything better.
yeah. Yeah.
Look at this. I mean,
You were so far ahead.
I can't do anything better than this. I should have
Yeah,
been in the
yeah,
clear perfectly. And
On
poor
the side of you.
So let's go back to parquet. Yeah, completely clear it.
Yes, G.
Started on hard.
Oh dear. What happened?
He just broke way late. He missed his braking spot.
Oh, because he's so far back. He tries to avoid.
He somehow, oh man, how he avoided Slick. Slick, you lucky dog. And now he's
Just
in the
had
grass.
too much speed.
Yeah.
Tried to get back on. So now.
So I see Hop coming. So he did. Okay. Yeah, Hop. Oh, that's right. I didn't slow up. Hop hit me off, actually. Which is not his
It's
fault.
fine.
But we managed
it's
to
not.
avoid damage.
He spun. Hop spun.
Yeah, I see that now. I'm trying to rejoin.
Good news.
Oh. Oh, all right. I'm not. I don't have damage yet.
You don't?
Now I do. Arrow hits me. So let's see it from his perspective then.
You're slower. Makes sense because you got hit off from the side. Oh. Too many cars. Whoa.
Yeah, he really had the opportunity. I mean, there's plenty of room. Oh man.
Yeah, he should have done what Old Man Pip did.
Yeah.
Pip got out of the way. Right there interviewing Pongo.
Look at this conglomeration of mess.
Yeah.
MD Hop was set up for he had the pace. He was going to do well.
He did fine.
I really didn't have a problem rejoining because I figured everyone is coming out of the chicane slow. I am so far out of the chicane. Dang it. All right, Arrow. It's all right.
Yeah, it was sort of a domino effect. He's quiet.
Oh, I forgot I did this.
Oh. Right. What happened there? Just went off?
Dirty tires, and I wasn't factoring that in, which I should have.
Yeah.
Okay, Ace, sounds good, bud.
There's so many cars so close together. So hard to react to all of that.
He didn't get damage.
That's what happened. Okay.
I'm good. Thank you very much. I feel like I need an hour or so to calm down. Actually, if I'm being honest, that was that was a wild race. Holy cow! Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I think I had P1. I had pole by 7/10, so I was like, man, I got pace for this track. So I felt really confident based off of how it's tough being in first there, but I mean, I didn't mind it because I would probably have an opportunity to position my car exactly how I would want. And so I just watched while I was waiting for my turn. I just watched the replay, and goodness, I had so much space around me going through the first apex. MD Hop had come to the right side, so he had that end, but I had the inside line going to the first part of the chicane. And so, I mean, if everything goes fine there, I think I can just run away. Honestly, after that, I have a really good shot at it. But unfortunately, we had quite the incident there. I feel for you, Parquet. I know you didn't mean to. It's not a purpose thing. We love you, man. Don't take it too hard, okay, bud. After I was just gonna say after that, I got well. MD Hop ended up hitting me because of him getting pushed. So I ended up into the gravel, and then I got damage from someone hitting me behind as I was rejoining, and then I didn't factor in the dirty tires like I should have, so I went off one more time, and so I ended up next to last after that. Outlook strategy, yeah, yeah. Well, so here's the thing about the NRL that I'm learning, right? You have to be ready for damage to change your strategy. Um, you have to be ready. There's no resetting the damage. It's not gonna. And then the other thing you got to remember that I try to remember is there is no retry button in this. So what had happened is just what it is, right? And so, but I have to give major props to my boy Octia, who if anyone came in on stream, you would hear another voice besides mine. He was my crew chief for the afternoon, and he provides me with some pretty detailed information, and so we quickly found out that an option to go onto the hards afterwards was there and just try to do a no stop. But I really hated the hards. They were this car with that tire compound was just merciless. It really was. And so we went ahead and said, it's slow with all this damage, but it's not that slow. So what if we just kept going? And we figured that it would probably be worth it. So So it was in the end. You know, I did the only thing I changed really was I pitted one lap earlier for the softs. I pitted lap 10 instead of pitting 11 when I would have normally done it. So just had that extra. Just get one more lap with no damage. Basically, was the plan. Yeah, just a redo. Yeah, yeah. Why not? Yeah. No, no, I didn't pit. I just dealt with the damage until lap 10. So I pitted one lap early to get back on to go soft to soft. Sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Good, good. That's great to hear. I appreciate that information for sure. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I do want to apologize while I have a chance to pip. We got our braking spots a little different there into turn, so I did end up tapping him at one point, not intentional, and unfortunately, I'll be totally transparent. The game ended up resetting him, which is just ugh maddening. But anyway, oh cool. Yeah, yeah. Well, thanks. I'm glad it worked out. You know, it's one of those things where bad stuff happens, and it's really easy for everything. Anyone playing this game knows anything. It just could spiral out of control, and so it definitely required, mm, you know, a lot of pushing, but you know, careful pushing. Basically, is what it is. Especially with the long stints on the softs. Those last few laps on the softs get really tricky. Still better than the hards, but still tricky. Thank you, T. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to probably in a few hours to seeing what that's going to be and got a week to prepare. So it's on to the next one. I love it. Yeah, good deal. All right, thanks, friends. We'll see you. Mm, bye. Okay. Wow. That was interview. Yeah, that was the real deal, Viking. That was it. That was tough. What that was. Yeah. So, man, I really. It's one of those things you can do everything as good as possible in the beginning, but in the end, there's so much that's not in your control, right? So, but yeah, well, that's pretty much all I got time for. We've had quite the day, huh? It's been an awesome learn with lead with Seregone. It's been a heck of a race here. 2 weeks to practice is something else, but it was good. I was glad to finally after all the practice with 2 weeks, it's such a build up to get this. Yes, Santa, you finished really well, didn't you? I'm happy for you, bud. Yeah, we can breathe now, right, Octia? We can breathe a little bit. That's just the starting order. It's not where. Group 1, Monaco's not actually in this, which is a bummer. So you started... Oh my goodness, getting all the numbers wrong here. Oh, you qualified in 4th. Nice. That's really nice, dude. Good job. Hey. Nothing big. I certainly had mistakes. Definitely some scares. Oh, I see. Thank you, Arrow. Appreciate it, friend. Let's see your perspective on the incident. Yeah, 4th place. I looked at a lot of people's perspective, but well, that's a little pack of 4 right there, us 4, huh? So Santa, were you gonna do softs to softs? Is that what you were gonna do? Oh, you're the one that got hit first. Yeah, so no kidding, front and rear damage. So you went to go ahead and do the hards, yeah. That was definitely on my mind to do, but man, I hated the hards so bad. Really did. But that's, it's not always like this. I feel like Group 1 cars really, really make it tough to avoid damage because people's braking. I mean, what happened in turn 1 and 2, like that's not even a breaking point mistake. But even with, I mean, it is a breaking point mistake, but it was a massive one. But just racing closely is tough with the Group 1s. I don't like doing it with the A+ guys, 13 to 10. Okay. So you stuck with that, Miguel? Yeah, you're losing so much time. 31.4 is not bad, I think. Probably for the best, G. Probably for the best. Honestly, though, like this, the way things happened here, like I firmly believe that was the type of race that we were gonna have round one last year with the Bugatti VGT cars. Like it was again, it was so crazy. We got so lucky that we avoided damage round one last year. Yeah, especially finding out that a lot of the folks that finished high last round didn't finish high this round. So that really is a good equalizer. We'll be higher in the standings, which is what we needed. We needed that for sure. So the only person, they said, provisionally at least, the only person ahead of us is Pengo. So it's not bad. Sure, Arrow, not a problem. You had kind of a rough, let's go back. So quick tip, Arrow, use handbrake and get the revs up. Get the revs up to start. You'll end up with much better launches that way. So you're behind the cause of the incident, because poor Parquet in P8, he's the one that misses his braking point. That was really great to avoid the first, and then I think being on the grass with the brakes, it turns the car. It's just, man, it's such bad luck. So yeah, you have like a wall of cars here, Arrow. It's incredible. Oh my goodness gracious. There is no room. You're at 37 miles per hour in first gear because you have to wait for all of this to stop. Crazy. Yeah, you did. That's a good point. Unfortunately, you do tap me here, which gives you damage and me damage. I don't know. I felt... I felt for me, after I got bumped wide, I felt like I waited a good long time before getting on track. Maybe I'll get told it was an unsafe rejoin. I don't know. At the time, I felt good about it, but thank you, Rick. Appreciate it, bud. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there might be some incident reports against me on this one, but yeah, Arrow did well there. You stayed out of that, the thick of it. Sorry, I meant to stay with you. So after that, yeah, I go wide because of dirty tires. Yeah, sorry about your damage there, Arrow. Yeah. You might have been able to turn to the right, but again, when we're able to pause it like that and actually have time to think about it, you're right, it's so different from in the moment, especially in these cars. It's not like these are slow. these cars are monsters, you know? So, you run automatic? No, that looks like manual shift. Yeah, there it is, your manual shift. Oh, did Parquet end up with, he ended up with a 2-second collision then, yeah. We were able to go there. I'm on horn, I'm on the wrong one. PHP, Horn was having a good run. And he was right behind me for a bit up at the top of the field. I wonder what happened to him. you do softs again. Okay. So you're just gonna pit again. I get it. Yeah, a hard snow stop was possible. That's what I was considering doing, but let's see what happened to Horn. Seconds after pitting. One had a good chance for a good result. I didn't realize how late this was. Yeah, that's right. I was catching him, I had to pen, then I had to catch him back. Okay, Arrow, sounds good, friend. We'll see you, bud. Yeah, I ended up starting to drive kind of goofy there. With me. Oh, that. He goes purple there, too. Bomb's already taken the, oh, wait, that's just the other race is going to start at 3, I think. It's not fun, BL. It definitely isn't fun. Mom's way back there. Yeah, it was Parquet, man. Rough stuff. Horn going no traction control. Just loses it. That's unfortunate. He was doing so well. I think that's it for me, folks. We've done the interviews, we've done the race, we've done the Learn with Lead. It's been quite the experience, no doubt about that. It was fun. It was fun. Right. So yeah, you mess that up and it really affects the car. And I was at the high speed corners, I definitely felt the lack of downforce. It was not helpful to be in that scenario, but the times were still quick enough, at least for a little while there, that it made sense to just keep going. And it worked out. It did work out this time. I definitely had flashbacks of NRL final, but it didn't end up being that bad this time because we were actually quick on this track instead of not quick on Bathurst. Thank you, friends. So for everybody who hung out, gave us the 50-some likes, it's beautiful, and cheered me on and hung out with Seregone earlier with the Learn with Lead. It was a great time, friends. You guys are pretty much all studs. You really are. I love you like crazy. There's nothing you can do to change my mind. So I'll see you all soon, friends. Bye.